just to let you know, it does appear that Restream Chat doesn't let me reply to you in the YouTube chat via text. I can still read you, I can still read what you're saying, it just won't let me reply whilst I'm starting the stream. I do apologise. Whilst I'm finishing up setting the stream up, I would be very grateful if you would tweet out the link for me as well, especially for viewers on YouTube. I'm trying to post it in as many places as I can, but, well, because of the nature of the way I'm doing this stream tonight, I couldn't get the link beforehand. Hello everyone, I'm still setting up, so take a seat, grab your Pangalactic Gargle Blasters, make sure your towel is within arm's reach, I don't know, and I'll see you all in a minute. Evening everyone, how's it going? How are you all? It's Towel Day. Yes. It's that day of the year us Douglas Adams fans sit back and remember and celebrate the life and works of Douglas Adams, obviously. Douglas Noel Adams. So, as it stands, I'm currently on my own for the first part of this stream. And the original plan for this stream was I was going to get patrons on and we were going to play the Hitchhiker's Guide game. What I've decided is we're still doing that. We're just going to do that from about 9 o'clock for the first hour or so, the first 45 minutes or so. I'm going to talk to you and give you like a little talk. Not a talk, completely unprepared talk, but a little bit of history behind the Hitchhiker's Guide, a little bit of history behind Douglas Adams. We're going to look at the game. I'm going to tell you some little factoids and some details about the actual game itself. Chief reason for that being, by the way, once again, I'm such an idiot. I actually forgot to remind everyone with enough time that I was actually doing, or what this stream entailed. I was telling people I was doing this stream, and I was promoting the shit out of it. I just forgot to remind the people. I forgot to remind my patrons and a couple of friends that I would actually like them to play it instead. Oh well. So I'm going to give it a bit of time. We're going to see what happens. So I'm just going to have a quick look in the chat. We've got Trucker Matt, who was first. Hey, howdy, Trucker. We've got Scott Max. I spotted you'd followed me on Twitch, so thank you very much for the follow over on Twitch. We've got Random Quarantine Box, guess who's just learnt that reading off a script is a pain in the ass when you have the tendency to stutter when reading out loud. I do actually feel your pain. Genuinely, Quarantine Box, it's something you get used to eventually. So keep at it, my friend. Keep at it. Why is only I have no idea. I know, right, because of sort of go off topic, because of what's been going on in the news over here in the UK, quite hilariously, hashtag Cumgate has been trending all day. Obviously, we don't do politics in this on this channel, so I'm not going to go too heavily into it, but it just amused me to see hashtag Cumgate trending. We've got Little Ease in the chat. Hey there, mate. And Blind Girl, who simply says, yawn. Ah. You still got the little in there with you, Blind Girl? So, some chick named Doge. Ah, right, fair enough. Probably a booby streamer, is she? Possibly. I don't know. So, as a lot of you will be aware, I premiered part 1 of my reading of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy earlier today. I just want to extend, again, a huge thank you to everyone who turned up for the premiere. The video is now live over on my channel. That's my YouTube channel for those of you watching on Twitch. If you did come along and watch that, thank you very much. If you didn't, it's there so you can go watch it later. Yorkie96, hi up, how's it going? I'm alright, Yorkie, and hello, Cryptic. Herocliptic. How are you? So yes, this is a special stream across both of my platforms, YouTube and Twitch. I've not done this for a while, which is why I did a little tester earlier for 10 minutes, making sure everything still worked. So I will say, bear with me if I'm a little slow to pick up on things said in the chat. It's because I've only got one version of the chat, and because of the way I've got this stream set up, it keeps getting hidden by other things I've got on the screen, such as OBS, or the game, or the stuff I'm about to show you and talk about. So, yes, for those of you watching on Twitch who have only ever watched me on Twitch or have followed me on Twitch, I do have a YouTube channel as well, where I do narration and short story videos. However, today I launched the start of a larger project. I'm going to read through the entirety of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I posted part 1 of 6 today. Hey, Em! How are you? And for those of you watching on YouTube who aren't aware, although I'm looking at who's been talking in the chat, you are all aware, and you watch me on Twitch as well. I do stream games over on Twitch as regularly as I can. Not as regularly as I'd have liked lately, but that's simply because I've done 2 big videos back to back. Well, I say back to back. I've been working on Hitchhikers for months, but last week, obviously, well, last week leading up to today, I was working on Hitchhikers, and the week before I was working on I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. So now that I've done that, I can chill and relax a little bit. The live view account, yes, I know. I can't actually see it because I've got the chat right over my OBS screen right now. All I can see is that in total there are 9 people watching, which... Well, it says 8, actually. I've just looked. Oh, well. We'll give it a little bit longer. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Now that I've got part 1 out of the way, I've got part 2 recorded. I just need to get that edited and sorted. So part 2 will be coming as soon as I can make it. Hey, TC. How's it going there, mate? Other quick notes about tonight's stream. Just for tonight's stream, obviously, you know, you can see the brand new stream setup and background that I've got there. It's a little bit stripped back than I normally have it, which, for those of you new, I will show you the way I normally have it, with me on screen. But yes, I've stripped it back a little bit for tonight's stream. Just simply because I didn't really want too much on the screen if I was going to dual stream it. Also, I've gone ahead and I've changed all of my Streamlabs notifications. So everything for new follows, new subscriptions, donate. I've only got 1 donation alert tonight, because I realised I'd changed them all earlier, right? Changed them all earlier, and I'd come up with quite a few. Didn't save them, did I? So just before the stream, when I realised I just had to implement one and disable. Oh, Jesus!
The moment you've all been waiting for.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much, Pumpkin Trucker, for the host. Thank you very... Well, sorry, not Pumpkin Trucker. Ooh. Hey, Joe, how's it going, sweetie? How are you? So, yeah, I've changed all my Streamlabs elements just for tonight. I say that, I'm probably going to forget some of them. I'm probably going to forget to change some of them back. So when I do go back to streaming on my regular setup tomorrow, you'll see some of these again, probably. So, what I was going to do as well, whilst we're setting everything up, because like I say, because me, Larry, last minute, completely forgot to remind people that I was inviting them on to my stream to do it, which means I did it literally an hour before the stream and nobody has said anything yet, so I've had to come up with something. So I'm going to sit and I'm going to have a chat with you guys, and just going to talk about Hitchhikers and sort of my experience with Douglas Adams' work, and on top of that as well, a little bit of the history of... Oh, Jesus!
The moment you've all been waiting for.
Let me catch. And thank you again, Pumpkin Trucker. This time, actually, Pumpkin Trucker. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I spent a lot this afternoon just getting clips of Hitchhikers to change all my Streamlabs stuff around for tonight's stream, and then I went and forgot to save them all. So, you know, some might say that's typical me. I say yes, it's very typical me. I also did have planned, and I may still do this towards the end of the stream, a special live reading of a very short story that Douglas Adams wrote when he was 12. Literally, it's only a couple of paragraphs long, but I'm currently reading Neil Gaiman's book about Douglas Adams, Don't Panic, and that story's in there, and I thought it was just it's too sweet to not add. I will point out as well, you will see this popping up in the chat occasionally, and I do have a special donation incentive which will be live only for tonight. Donations under £5, right? Essentially, in celebration of the work of Douglas Adams, right, we're going to go with lifts tonight. Now, if you don't know what a lift is, right, a lift is an experience, feeling or object or something in the world that doesn't have a word on it, right? However, Douglas Adams and John Lloyd in the 80s collected all these together in a sort of game that they used to play. And they wrote a sort of dictionary of these wordless things, and they ascribed place names to them that sounded apt and appropriate. So what I've decided, for every donation under £5 tonight, if you... Speaking of which... And I have just realised there is actually, because of the way I've set up the donations tonight, there's no way of me telling if they're under £5 just by listening. So, to you too, Chucker. Thank you for the £6.66 donation. Nice try, but I did literally just say I've got rid of all my other donation alerts for tonight. It's a nice try. That is actually quite loud as well, though. I've kept the volume on some of them exactly the same. But, so, donations under £5 if you attach a place name. Yeah, that's... Well, Trucker, I just explained to you why I had to sort of do a kick bollock scramble thing right at the end. Just minutes before I started the stream. I had to cobble something together. But yeah, so for donations under £5, if you put a place name, it can be the town in which you live, it can be a place name you just want to know. What does that place name actually mean? I will look it up in one of the two versions of Douglas Adams and John Lloyd's meaning of lift, that being the original and actually expanded, the meaning of lift, which incorporates the follow-up, the deeper meaning of lift, and the other one, after lift. If it's not in there, though, we'll try and think of one. We'll try and think of one ourselves. Oh, shit. Hit the spacebar on my computer. And if that wasn't... if I didn't explain it as well as I might, or you need reminding, I have put a special command in the chat for tonight. If you type !lift, this should come up. Yep, there we go. What's cursed, Cryptic? What's cursed? You're cursed. You're cursed, you are, Cryptic. So, like I say, I wanted to talk a little bit about my personal fandom of Douglas Adams, my personal affection for his work, which donation, none of them do Duck Dog tonight. Well, none of them really do tonight. That, the actual donation alert did make me jump then, admittedly, but, you know. Yes, and TC, yes, the old standard life and 42 ones I've got still work. So, I first sort of listened to and got into Douglas Adams in high school. It was my form teacher at the time who suggested I read the first one, and I did, and just fucking loved it. I thought it was absolutely amazing. Because she knew I was a big fan of like Red Dwarf and things like that, so she suggested that to me. She's also the same teacher who actually lent me a copy of Tony Hawk's Round Island with a Fridge, and I never gave it her back. I've now lost it since, in the bloody hell, nearly 20 years. But that's also a very good book. I do highly recommend that. But yeah, sort of very shortly after I'd sort of been made aware of Hitchhikers, and my teacher had got me into it. That was roughly around 1999, 2000, and obviously, you know, a year later, that was sadly the year Douglas passed away. And then all of a sudden, there was like a huge amount of Hitchhikers everywhere again. Like, they repeated the TV series on telly very shortly after he died. The original radio series got a repeat as well. So, you know, it was like the first time I'd heard those. And I've been hooked absolutely ever since. In fact, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, all 5 books actually are probably the books I have bought the most multiple copies of over the years, because I've bought them and then I've bought another copy and then given the old one away to someone, or lent it and not got it back and had to rebuy it. So yeah, I've probably bought more copies of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy since having first read it than any other book. And currently my current copy, it's the box set of reprints from Picador. Which is a shame, actually, because I just remembered I had the original paperback printings, and I gave them away to a girlfriend at the time. Fuck, that was a stupid thing to do. Ah, you found it. You found yours again, Trucker. That's good. That's good. But obviously, you know, there's other things, like sort of when the film came out in 2005. I took a then ex-girlfriend, actually, because we'd stayed friends. I took an ex-girlfriend to go and see it as well, because I'd got her into it when we were together. She was one of the ones I'd given a copy of the book to. We went to see it like the day it came out. It was awesome at the time. The film sort of over the years, and having watched the film a few more times, it's kind of all right. It's possibly the best film it could be, but I don't think Hitchhikers really sort of lends itself to being a film that well. Myself, anyway. But there you go. Well, for something that was originally conceived as a radio series, you can understand that. And sort of over the years, Douglas Adams and Hitchhikers has sort of influenced me to do various different things, and like there's a video on my YouTube channel called "The Search for the Sun," which was actually a story, a short story I wrote at uni, because when I was at uni, I studied writing for stage, screen and radio, but I did a joint with creative writing. And I chose to focus on short narrative fiction. So I wrote a short story which was massively influenced by Douglas Adams, and actually I threw a bit of Arthur C. Clarke in there as well. But yeah, that's there's a more up-to-date, sort of slightly altered and edited from what I'd originally written at uni version of that up on YouTube. Alright, hang on. I should really have made notes if I was going to talk about this, really, wasn't I? But alas, I don't plan ahead, do I? That is one of my main problems on this channel. So, hold on. But I'm going to assume there's at least a few Hitchhikers fans watching this as well. So if anyone wants to if anyone wants to sort of share their experiences in the chat, that's fantastic. So we've got Marcel and Lecram. So my favourite author. The radio series was epic, yes. The books were masterful reworking. Film never quite worked. Still, I still thought it was worth watching, and I enjoyed it. But yeah, it's unlike a lot of one of the things I like about Hitchhikers is it mocks technology and it mocks a lot of sci-fi concepts, but it doesn't do it in a nasty way. It is quite optimistic. You are right, yeah. Ultimate optimistic scientific perspective. It's not vicious towards the genre. It's a playful parody, if you like. It's a playful parody of science fiction. But then again, like all science fiction, there was, like all good science fiction, there was a certain degree of prescience to it as well. I mean, do you really think we would have smartphones and the internet the way we have them now had this kernel of this idea not have been in the book? So if I dropped somewhere, because it's now... Hang on. Hold on a sec. Sorry, my chat page has just told me that one of the streams has dropped. No massive problem if it has, because I can manually restart it, I think. But I am just going to double check it. Which means you might get a blast. You might get a blast of me from a few seconds ago in a sec. Neither. Oh, thank you very much, Arms Killer. Right, yeah, it's just the little thing in the corner of my screen is telling me that only one of my streams is active now. Which is rather irritating. But no, neither one has. Thank you very much, Arms Killer. That's much appreciated. But yeah, I don't think we would have things like as easy access to the internet and smartphones in the palm of our hands had it not been for Hitchhiker's Guide, which is essentially, as described, it's a smartphone, really. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? That's not a good idea. Right, there we go. Probably not a good idea to leave my Discord on screen. I know what you guys are like. Anyway. I totally forgot I had display capture up instead of window capture, which I will be switching to when I start the game in about half an hour. Which, once again, if you are one of my... if you do want to come on and control the game by, essentially telling me what to type, I am going to go through sort of how these old text adventures worked in a moment and how they were played. If you do want to come on, I am going to give priority access to my patrons as I normally do, but I did sort of advertise this as being with my patrons as well. If you do want to come on, holler at me. I will see. Oh, hold on. So I guess for a moment as well, I might as well just talk about my plans for the rest of the Hitchhikers videos that I'm doing. As it stands at the moment, okay, I've got part 2 recorded, raw. I've got the raw narration done for part 2. It just needs editing and then mixing and then finally the irritating part, putting the visual elements to it. Cause I hate doing that. I hate doing that. But what I want to do before that, now that I've done this, now that I've got this video out, and now that I've got part 1 out, I'm going to, for this week, I'm going to round out the month by just taking it a little bit slowly. I'm going to record a couple of things. There's a couple of videos I want to make before I start peddling on with part 2. One of which actually is Douglas Adams related. It's a documentary stroke retrospective, if you like, about Douglas Adams's time as the script editor for Doctor Who. So I'm going to be looking at that season, that series back in 1979, where he was the script editor, and casting a bit of a critical eye over it, let's say. Because you'd think, sort of obviously, you know, you'd think, big Douglas Adams fan, you know, I'm gonna love it. My memories of it though are, oh shit, hold on. Oh, hold on 1 second. I've just realised the chat has frozen on my side. All right. I do apologise about this. I haven't been getting chat messages for a moment or two. I've just refreshed the chat, so it should come back. But just to catch up, because I've got the YouTube one up now. I like Marvin, he's just so upbeat and optimistic. Loved the movie. Thought it did a great job taking the essences it needed from the source material and made a cheesy movie out of it. Oh yeah, definitely. Interestingly, actually, somebody in the chat on the premiere before asked, has there ever been a case where a movie has been better than the book? I forgot to mention this earlier, but Jaws is the example I can give for that one. The movie of Jaws is much better than the book. The book is just awful. Yep. No worries, random quarantine box. Can someone in my Twitch chat just type something a sec? Because I think both chats have actually frozen on my screen, so I might have to get my tablet up to read that one as well. Which is always fun. Always fun. It wouldn't be one of my streams unless there was a technical hitch, would it? Right, okay. Well, I saw that in time. Arms Killer says nobody has said anything for a while. That's fine. Alright, cool. Oh, right, okay, it's coming back up on screen. Right, that's good. And if somebody in the YouTube chat could type something, see if it comes up on... Oh, did they ease? Right, so I've got the Twitch chat up on my actual screen now. Yeah, it's definitely the YouTube chat that's buggered. Right, hold on. Let me see if I can get this back. apologise. Like I say, it wouldn't be one of my streams if there wasn't some sort of technical glitch somewhere. Right, hold on. Let's go to the live control room. Yeah, I know. If I'd have been doing this, right, my backup plan, as I mentioned earlier, my backup plan for this stream was to just do it on Twitch and then upload it later to YouTube. But it would have been taken. It would have taken forever. The upper class use Twitch, do they? Do they? Are you sure about that? Right, okay, what? Right, just let me go to the studio. It should tell me I'm live. This is frustrating. Actually, I said that a little too soon. Ah, right. Go to control room. Right, this should work. You asked. Yes. I know I'm still live. It's just the chat is right. So if I put that to one side, put that over there. Yes, that works. I can see both chats now. That's good. Right. And then everyone stops talking. No, I'm kidding. So, yeah, what I'll do then, we'll have a quick look at the Hitchhiker's game. We'll talk about what it involved. It was released in 1984 through Infocom software, and it was released for sort of near enough every home computer available at the time. I'm not talking, you are talking. But yeah, it was released for like near enough every sort of home computer. It was a text adventure game, which means just that. It's an adventure game, but it's all controlled by text. There's no graphics, there's no whooshy sound effects. It's just interactive fiction. Anything about Towel Day? Well, Towel Day is the reason we're doing this. What? That's a good point, actually. Towel Day was set up, a good 5 or so years after Douglas's passing, and it's been sort of every year. It's been on the 25th of May, which is what, 2 weeks. You should make all the sounds. Well, I'll explain what the plan for this stream is going to be. But now, obviously, fans of Hitchhikers understand why it's called Towel Day, but I will explain, especially for those of you who didn't make it to the premiere of the video earlier. A towel, apparently, is the most massively useful piece of kit an interstellar hitchhiker can have. I could almost do that from memory, but I'm not going to. You'll have to go and watch my video. But yeah, essentially, a towel is one of the most useful things hitchhikers can carry with them on their travels around the galaxy, as it has many, 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 many uses. The last of which mentioned in the book actually is just outright drying yourself. But only if it still seemed clean enough, of course. So, with the game, obviously it was entirely text, but Infocom had a happy towel day. Thank you very much, Elwyn. Happy towel day to you too, sweetie. So, you can use them to block out harmful UV. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't suggest trying that in real life. If you're going to stare at the sun, don't just go holding up a towel to your face. I mean, for a start, it'd be pointless. You wouldn't see anything. But, actually, there's a point. Would it be possible? That's fine, nerd. That's fine, nerdful. That's fine. But that's a point, actually. If you had a towel that was porous enough, could you effectively watch an eclipse through it safely? It's not something I would ever recommend anyone tries, but in theory, would it be possible? I wouldn't think so myself, but, you know, I don't know that many. I'm not that big on science. Arms killer. You can use towels to sabotage starships by stuffing them into fuel. Yeah, true. So, yeah. One of the things Infocom... I'll get back to talking about the game for a bit. One of the things Infocom used to do, as well as just getting like the discs for the game and a like bog standard manual, they'd actually fill the game, fill like the box full of all sorts of cool ephemera and stuff that you would essentially get as part of a collector's edition now. The audio here in the USA is almost intelligible. Oh. Is anyone else over the pond having any trouble hearing? Cryptic? Trucker? You can use a towel to social distance. If large enough, you could whack someone who got too close with it. Fucking hell. Yes. Yes, Elwyn, that's right. I need to say cryptic then, but that's because I read cryptic on the other screen. I can hear you fighting in California. That's good. That's good. So, yeah. They would pack the blindfold, create the illusion that others are trying... Yes, you're probably right, Ease. So yeah, the for a start, the manual for this one, obviously it came with like this supposedly brochure. Okay, I don't know what's been censored out there, but. In the RP game, we were towel whipping with... Ah, cool. And greetings from Tonopah, Arizona. Meatloaf in the oven, screening the film to start shortly. Oh, I hope you enjoy it, my friend. Hope you enjoy it. Just keep your eye out as well. I mean, you probably know this already, but keep your eye out for the planet shaped like Douglas Adams' head in the background of one of the scenes, as well as the opening to the temple on Hooverloo. Is it Hooverloo in the film? I can't remember now. But the opening to the temple is Douglas Adams' nose. Waterboarding and administering chloroform. You're absolutely right, Elwyn and Arms Killer. And in place of loop. No. That's not to say I haven't done that, but I have thrown the towel away after having done that, let's say. But yes, Ian Scott over in the YouTube chat, I really hope you have a lovely evening with that. But yeah, we'll get back to talking about the game. Obviously, you get this little brochure talking about the guide itself. How many times has this happened to you? Now see the universe the safe, sure, money-saving way with the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I'm not reading all of that, but yeah, you got this this nice little brochure. It's supposed to sell the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy too. There's a picture of what an artist's impression of the guide would have been. Doesn't look that different to how it looks in the TV series, actually, to be honest. Or the film. And then, obviously, like I was mentioning, they would pack the box out as well with... abseiled down a building. Yes. So all these things that you see on screen, you actually got these in the box as well. So now, for a limited time only, when you rush your Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy order to Megadodo Publications, you also get, as our special gift to you, enough throw-in items to fill an attic. So, act now and receive all these fabulous bonuses. So you got a little bit of fluff. You got destruction orders for your planet and your home. Suitable for framing. Great gag gifts at any party. You got a little badge that said "Don't panic," which I believe you can still get those on eBay. I believe you can. I'll have to look into that. You get a pair of Jujanta 200 super chromatic peril sensitive sunglasses, which were just black cardboard. Because in the story, obviously, Zaphod Beeblebrox has a pair of Jujanta 200 super chromatic peril sensitive sunglasses. What they are is they're a pair of sunglasses you pop on your head, and they just act like normal sunglasses until you find yourself in mortal danger, when they turn completely black, thus preventing you from seeing anything that might actually alarm you. There's no tea, which was correct because there was no tea in the in that box, just like professional hitchhikers don't carry. That is also a clue to one of the puzzles in the game. You'll find throughout most of the game, if you look in your inventory, you're carrying no tea. You also get a little polythene packet containing a microscopic space fleet. The reality is, it was just an empty polythene packet. And how much would you pay now? 100 Altarian dollars, 200, 300. Obviously, that was the back of the sales brochure for the guide. Then obviously you got the standard instruction manual, which we'll go through part of before we start the game. But before we do that, obviously I did mention earlier, if anyone wants to, well, because of the way we're going to be doing this strip. Jesus, hang on. Did that Discord thing again, didn't I? I'll take display capture off for now. Then we'll go through some of the rules. I'm not... The idea is I'm not going to sort of railroad anyone playing it, but I'm going to, you know, for time and expediency, and so we get through as much of the game as possible, I'm going to sort of ensure you don't completely outright always fail. I'm going to sort of occasionally gently nudge you towards the solution, because I've played through this game many, many times, but many, many years ago. So I have found and downloaded a walkthrough to my tablet, so we'll be I'll be occasionally gently throwing subtle hints. But if you do want to play, let me know. We'll say you've got the next 10 minutes to let me know on Discord. If you're not a member of my Discord, then I don't know what you've been doing all your life, really, to be honest. But it's a fun place. Horsell Common, we call it. After where the Martians landed in the War of the Worlds. If you want to play, let me know. Like I say, I'm going to try and prioritise patrons. So if any of my patrons are watching, shout out in the chat. But even if you're not a patron, let me know, and we can try and... Because obviously we're not going to get everyone in, and I'm going to keep it limited to we'll say we'll have about 5 people on. Four. So yeah, 5 including me. Yeah. So the first 4 people who want to come up, let me know, and then yeah, you shouldn't be playing with yourself today. Or beat you to that one, Cryptic. Literally. But yeah, we'll go through this. The way I'm going to work it for the benefit of the stream. In fact, I might as well actually get the game loaded whilst we do this. I'm going to minimise all of my windows, which is going to be a pain in the ass to work out which ones I need back up. Well done, me. Ah, yes. Right, there we go. Let's get the chat back up. So, you can all see that. Oh, God, hang on. Oh, it'll resize itself in a second when I fix that. Where is it? No. Up. Yes, I'm running this in Windows 3.1. Except I'm not. It's running in DOS, really. Perfect. Right, okay. Do you want leading question? No, that was a joke. Well, in fact, now I've done that, I can... I don't know how true that is, Arms Killer, but I'll take your word for it. Ah, that's good. I can read that. That's fine. So yeah, this is essentially what the game looks like. Yes, I've got it in colour. By colour, all it means is blue. That is literally it. That is literally the only colour. Well, it was either run it through DOSBox like this, or the alternative was run it in my PCW emulator, which would be that horrible green scan-lined colour. Black, green text on a black background. So I chose this as a compromise. So the way we're going to work the game is obviously I can see the text here. I will be excellent graphics. I know I'll be reading the text out, and then whoever is playing the game with us, you will have to decide what to do. Now, bear in mind the way Text Adventures worked. Okay, to move around, you would type north, east, south, west, up, and down. Right. There are various objects in the games you can interact with in various ways, although the most common ways were examine, pick up, use. TC says, you awake to find yourself in a dark room. I might or might not be enjoying making towel jokes a little too much, which you can write down on a towel. Fair enough, Armskiller. But yeah, there's some various ways of interacting with the game. For example, well, we'll do the... Before I bring anyone on, I'll do the opening to the game. So it's... You wake up. The room is spinning very gently around your head. Or at least it would be, if you could see. No, if you could see it. Which you can't. It is pitch black. So, with it being pitch black, and obviously, there are people going to be watching the stream who will know what I'm about to type, it's based off the dark room. So let's try that. Let's try find the light switch. Don't know the word. Sometimes it does that. If you don't type the word, if you don't phrase the word exactly as the game wants you to, it just goes, what? Eh? You what, mate? So, oh, fucking hell. Forgot it. Right, so find... light. Let's try it as 2 words. That sentence isn't one I recognise. Find light. You'll have to do that yourself. Find light switch. Right, okay, so it's the term light switch that was causing issues there. So let's try and look around. It is right. Yeah, it is pitch black. So yeah, like I say, I know how to. I can remember how to get out of this bit like the back of my hand. I know for a fact it's the correct command is switch light on. So, good start to the day. Pity it's going to be the worst one of your life. The light is now on. Bedroom. You're in the bed. Or in the bed. The bedroom is a mess. It is a small bedroom with a faded carpet and old wallpaper. There is a wash basin, a chair with a tatty dressing gown slung over it, a window with the curtains drawn. Near the exit leading south is a phone. There is a flathead screwdriver here, outside the bed. There is a toothbrush here, outside the bed. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, I would probably keep my flathead screwdrivers and toothbrushes out of the bed. No, don't remind me of the old computer program. Yeah. Did you write it in BASIC by any chance, random internet box? So what I'm going to do then, right, I'm going to get out of this section and we're going to get to the start of the game. So it's, right, we're in the bed, so you have to get up. Very difficult, but you manage it. The room is still spinning. It dips and sways a little. Now you get the gown. Luckily, it is large enough for you to get a hold of. You notice something in the pocket. Look in pocket. It's hard to open or close the pocket unless you're wearing the gown. Which gives you a hint, actually. Don't shame the protagonist like that. They might enjoy a good screwdriver in bed. Not kink shaming. It's just not my thing, Arms Killer. Not kink shaming. Just isn't my thing. So, wear gown. Oh, no shit. My sausage fingers managed to put an apostrophe at the end of that. Try typing on a 1978 Ohio Scientific. Oh, jeez. Never heard of that. So, now can we look in the pocket? Can we look in the pocket, not the pocket 6? Opening your gown reveals a buffered analgesic, pocket fluff, and a thing that your aunt gave you which you don't know what it is. Remembering that the room is spinning, you've got a headache. Let's swallow the analgesic. You swallow the tablet. After a few seconds, the room begins to calm down and behave in an orderly manner. Your terrible headache goes. Now, I remember these items at the beginning are very important, so grab them all. So, flathead screwdriver, taken. Toothbrush. As you pick up the toothbrush, a tree outside the window collapses. There is no casual relationship between these two events. Telephone. You pick up the receiver. A moment later, the dialing tone is suddenly cut off. Glancing through the window, you can't help but notice the large oak tree of which you are particularly fond crashing down through the phone cable. Shouldn't you be taking more interest in events in the world around you? While you've got it. So, let's see. Look out of a window. As you part your curtains, you see that it's a bright morning. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, the meadows are blooming, and a yard and a large yellow bulldozer is advancing on your home. Causal. I say causal. Causal, sorry. Yeah, it's causal. So, exit room. Let's go find out what this bulldozer is about. You rush down the stairs in a panic. Oh, did I say casual? Oh, Christ, I did. I do apologise. Yeah. You rush down the stairs in panic. Front porch. This is the enclosed front porch of your home. Your front garden lies to the south, and you can re-enter your home to the north. On the doormat is a pile of junk mail. Pick up mail. Examine mail. Right, so you gather up the pile of mail. There are many pieces of mail. Most are from some computer company called Infocom, which wants you to buy their games. Hidden underneath is an official letter from the local council, dated some 2 years ago and inexplicably not delivered until now, explaining that a demolition order has been served on your home. The date of demolition is today's date. Exit. So, front of house. You can enter your home to the north. A path leads around it to the northeast and northwest. A country lane is visible to the south. All that lies between your home and the huge yellow bulldozer bearing down on it is a few yards of mud. Mr. Prosser, from the local council, is standing on the other side of the bulldozer. He seems to be wearing a digital watch. He looks startled to see you emerge and yells at you to get out of the way. The bulldozer rumbles slowly towards your home. And so that's where I am going to make a save. We'll call this make P01. What I'm going to do, I am going to formally invite people onto the stream. Give me 2 seconds. I am going to be in the studio chat on my Discord. Give it a second to connect. To actually connect. Right. I'm in the studio chat over on my Discord. If you want to come on air, hop into backstage on my Discord. You hop into backstage. Well, that sounds familiar. Yeah. Awful. Well, the opening to this game does require a bit of knowledge of the story to properly get through it. But it's also written in such a way that you can actually work it out for yourself. You can work out how to do it yourself. So like I say, if you do want to come on air, hop into the backstage on my Discord and I will drag you in. In the meantime, I'm just going to sit here and mumble at you. No, I'm obviously not going to mumble. So incidentally, how is everyone today anyway? How are you all doing? I'm going to move one of the chats slightly so that I can still see the edge of my Discord. Oh, no need. Put that there. Oh, that's good, because now I've not got... Yeah, because now I've not got display capture up. I'm not going to be displaying my entire screen at you. Just what I choose to. Okay, something's just happened to my Discord, so just bear with me. Terrific, thanks. Fairly normal day. Oh, cool, cool. Right. Make sure I've still got the game up. There it is. Should see the size of the game on my window. Running it through DOSBox like this, it's fucking tiny. It's perfectly legible to me, anyway. And then again, that's because it's on my screen. It's not being compressed for me. Can you actually read that text on the screen, by the way? Those watching. I've just spotted Armskiller's jumped into Cheers on my Discord. You can't. Ah, that's good. That's good. The text is legible. Thank you very much, Scott. the background animation, the background animation will stutter slightly. Roughly, it will stutter about once every 15 seconds, because the animation itself is only 15 seconds long. It's just on a loop. But it's not a perfect loop, that's why it stutters. Oh no, I've just seen it. Oh god. Oh. Thank God I've not got anything... Thank God I've not got anything more graphically intensive, actually, to show you on the screen, beyond the background. Oh god. Running at about the frame rate of one of my Alien Isolation streams, isn't it? Right, okay, hang on. Really warm all of a sudden. Hang on, just let me point my fan back at my face. I pointed it to the ceiling because I realised I was smoking a lot, and it was just... I just couldn't get me cigarette lighters. Modern day computers would struggle with that blue background. Really? How so? How so, Cryptic? It's displaying perfectly fine for me. And then again, I'm running it through DOSBox, so... Oh, I'm guessing... Oh, was it a tech joke that I would never have got? I'm guessing Arms Killer didn't go into the wrong chat. He just didn't want to come on here, so he just went and dived into my open voice chat, knowing full well I can see him. You bastard. Because of the blue screen, they've actually got rid of the blue screen of death now, haven't they? It's still blue. It's not the harsh, straight out blue. Oh great! Now I've got both chats back on one screen. This is one of the reasons why I stopped using Restream. Not only was it to grow my Twitch channel more, it was just because it's a pain in the arse. Because the chat has now come back. I've now got two versions of the YouTube chat up. Let me get rid of one of them. I need to keep that like that, so that I keep my eye on the little indicator. I might as well carry on a little bit with this game then. So like I say, I'm going to play it through I'll play it through up to the point where I can remember off the top of my head, and then we'll try and play it properly. In fact, we'll play it with you in the chat, guys. Yeah, that's what I've got. That's what I've got, Scotsman. But I'm responding to you having said that now, but that's because I've got the YouTube chat up on my phone. And it's only just reached me on the Restream bot. It's only just reached me now. So, Prosser says, I wouldn't stop the bulldozer even if you were lying in front of it. The bulldozer rumbles slowly towards your home. So, we might as well lie down in mud. You lie down in the path of the advancing bulldozer. Prosser yells at you, for Christ's sake, move. The bulldozer thunders towards you. The ground is shaking beneath you as you lie in the mud. Time passes. The noise of the giant bulldozer is now so violently loud that you can't even hear Prosser yelling at you to warn you that you will be killed if you don't get out of the way. Get the hell out of the way. You just see him gesticulating wildly. Fuck me. That took some reading. That's part of the reason why the unedited raw files for that Hitchhiker's video were over 2 hours long, and it was a 55-minute video in the end. Because I can be a bit of a stumble mouth at times. Wait. Time passes. With the terrible grinding of gears, the bulldozer comes from an abrupt halt just in front of you. It shakes, shudders, and emits noxious substances all over your rosebed. Prosser is incoherent with rage. Moments later, your friend Ford Prefect arrives. He hardly seems to notice your predicament, but keeps glancing nervously at the sky. He says, "Hello, Arthur," takes a towel from his battered leather satchel and offers it to you. Ford, what about my home? My house? You ready for this? It's not a house, it's a home. One of the other things this game used to do, no, not used to, but obviously still does, give you footnotes occasionally, and you can view the footnotes by just typing footnote 2. So that one is Bob Dylan, 1969. So it was a quote. Ford glances uncomfortably at the sky. He offers you the towel again. Alright. Let's take this pedant at his word. Ford, what about my home? Ford looks startled, then guilty. He starts to say something and stops. He starts to say something else and stops. Suddenly, he seems to see the bulldozer for the first time. Stops starting to say things, and starts. He seems to come to a momentous decision. Says he has something of earth-shattering importance to tell you, and stresses the importance of a quick drink at the Horse and Groom. Pointing towards Prosser, you exclaim, "But that man wants to knock my house down!" Ford goes off for a quiet word with Prosser. From where you're lying, you cannot hear what's happening, although they seem deeply engrossed in the conversation. I'll tell you what, while we're here, we might as well enjoy the mud. It occurs to you that you've never deliberately lain in any mud before. And that's when it's actually... No? It occurs to you that you've never deliberately lain in any mud before, and that it's actually a pleasant sort of squishy sensation. You let the mud ooze between your toes. You may be here for some time, so you may as well make the most of it. That's what I was thinking. Ford and Prosser stop talking and approach you. Ford says Prosser has agreed to lie in your place so that the two of you can go off to the pub. Reluctantly, Prosser steps forward and lies down in front of the bulldozer. You stand up. Okay. Look at Ford. You see nothing special about Ford Prefect. Let's just check my inventory again. So I've got no tea. See, that's what I was talking about before. You've got no tea. That becomes important later. You've got a loose pile of junk mail. I hit my pop filter. Toothbrush. Flathead. I hit my pop filter again. A flathead screwdriver. Your gown, which is being worn. And it looks like the gown contains pocket fluff and a thing your aunt gave you, which you don't know what it is. Ford, urging you to follow, hurries towards the country lane. Scotsman says, have to say, back then people must have had a lot more imagination to make something like this exciting. There were simpler times, Scotsman. These were the days before Call of Duty. These were the days before Fortnite. In a lot of cases, these were the days before graphics, actual graphics in games. There is actually a graphical version of this. There's two. There's a fan-made one, which you can download and play. Quite why I didn't bother looking for that again, I don't know. I think it's just I prefer the original aesthetic of the text adventure. But there's also an official, a semi-official one, which is on the BBC website with artwork done by, they ran a competition a few years ago, I think for the, would it have been the 30th? No, 20th anniversary of the game back in 2004. They had, they ran a competition where people could submit, like, basic, essentially vector graphic artwork to be incorporated into a graphical version of this game. And they had a professional artist do some of it, do a version of it, but they had two versions. They had the version they had the graphical artist doing, and then they had the competition winners version, which had all the winning entries in. And I think the version they've got up there, which because the BBC stripped the BBC stripped its website way back a few years ago, and they took both versions down for a bit, and then I think they amalgamated both versions into one. And I've just become acutely aware that I'm sat on stream telling you I'm playing a version of this game. I'm playing a version of this game which looks incredibly dull and deathly boring, but there is a much better version of it out there. I'm not changing now. Ford, urging you to follow, hurries towards the country lane. Right. So, go to lane. Oh, don't know the word lane. Look. Right, south. I forgot which direction I had to go in then. So, south. One of the shortcuts in this game, instead of typing like the whole word south, you can just type the... Oh, Jesus!
The moment you've all been waiting for.
Thank you very much, James Woodwright, for the host. Thank you very much, my friend. So, country lane. The road runs from your home to the north, toward the village pub to the west. Ah, right. Hey, James. Ford Prefect is here. Come along, Arthur, says Ford impatiently, and enters the pub. So, Enter pub. The pub is pleasant and cheerful, and full of pleasant and cheerful people who don't know they've got about 12 minutes to live and are therefore having a spot of lunch. Some music is playing on an old jukebox. The exit is east. Ford Prefect is here. There is a barman serving at the bar. Behind the bar is a shelf. It is full of the sort of items you find on shelves behind bars in pubs. Ford buys a lot of beers and offers half to you. Muscle relaxant, he says, impenetrably. First thing I'm going to do, enjoy music, because I know you get another footnote here. Oh, no, it's a random chance of getting a Beatles song. I mean, obviously you can't hear it, but... Right. The song is a Walker Brothers single. The sun ain't gonna shine anymore. Drink the beer, urges Ford. It'll help cushion your system against the coming shock of the matter transference beam. Right, hold on, it's only lunchtime. Let's have a look at the shelves. On the shelf behind the bar is the usual array of bottles, glasses, and soggy beer mats, some packets of peanuts, and a plate of uninviting cheese sandwiches. I'm actually a bit hungry. I'm playing around with dramatic irony and the fact that I know that I have to buy a sandwich right now, so I'm going to buy a sandwich. The barman gives you a cheese sandwich. The bread is like the stuff that stereos compact in. The cheese would be great for rubbing out spelling mistakes. And margarine and pickle have performed the unedifying chemical reaction to produce something that shouldn't be, but is, turquoise. Since it is clearly unfit for human consumption, you are grateful to be charged only £1 for it. Drink the beer, urges Ford. It will help cushion your system against the coming shock of the matter transference beam. Alright. Drink beer. It is very good beer, brewed by a small local company. You particularly like its flavour, which is why you woke up feeling so wretched this morning. You were at somebody's birthday party here in the pub last night. You begin to relax and enjoy yourself. So when Ford mentions he's from a small planet in the vicinity of Beetlejuice, not from Guildford as he usually claims, you take it in your stride and say, "Oh yes, which part?" Look at that, Guildford. Ah, there's another one. Get Back by the Beatles. Right, so drink beer. So yeah, drink the beer, urges Ford. It will help. There. It is really very pleasant stuff, with a very good dry nutty flavour, some light froth on the top, and a deep colour. It is at exactly room temperature. You reflect that the world cannot be all bad when there are such pleasures in it. Ford mentions that the world is going to end in about 12 minutes. There was no verb in... Oh, fuck you. The bloody text parser in this is unbelievable. So specific sometimes. Ford, why am I in the pub? That's it. sod this, I'm having another drink. Drink beer. There is a distant crash which Ford explains is nothing to worry about. Probably just your house being knocked down. I don't understand. What are you referring? Exit. Country Lane. You see the huge bulldozer heaving itself among the cloud of brick dust which is all that remains of your home. As you start up the lane, a small dog runs up to you, yapping. Let's feed the doggy. The dog is deeply moved. With powerful sweeps of its tail, it indicates that it regards this cheese sandwich as one of the great cheese sandwiches. 9 out of 10 pet owners would happen by it at this point. 9 out of 10 pet owners could happen by at this point, expressing any preference they pleased, but this dog would spurn both them and all their tins. This is a dog which has met its main sandwich. It eats with passion and ignores a passing microscopic space fleet. Oh. So, yeah, north. Fucking hell, north. You reach the site of what was your home. It is now a pile of rubble. Mr. Prosser looks sheepishly triumphant. A trick few people can do, as it requires a lot of technically complex deltoid muscle work. Front of house. Mr. Prosser from the local council is standing on the other side of the bulldozer. He seems to be wearing a digital watch. Ford hurries after you. I'm going to make a save. Yeah, if that's your default save, you don't really have to. You don't actually have to type a new name in. Hold on. Sorry, my tablet's just gone off. Give me a sec. What? Okay, sorry. No, I just got a strange email. I think it's spam. Cheese isn't in shortage, James. We've been over that. Oh, hold on. I've got people jumping backstage. Give me a sec. Hey, what
Hello
up?
there.
What up, fucker?
So, how are you doing?
I'm doing alright. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, and if for some reason via Discord your audio's a bit wonky.
Is it?
Oh, it's fixed itself now.
Yeah, it might be when you first connect.
Yeah.
So what's going on anyway, mate?
Well, I made myself a new stream overlay.
Ah, nice. Nice.
I think I'll show that off tomorrow.
Cool.
But yeah. How have you been doing?
Been doing alright. I premiered that video earlier. You know, you saw it.
That was a good video.
Yeah, thank you. I'm in the middle of figured I might as well play it myself.
Yeah, fair enough.
I am going to slightly cheat because I've already revealed that I've got the
Guide with you.
I've got the guide with me because it wasn't my intention to play the game myself, but it was it was my intention just to make sure people didn't veer massively off course.
Yeah.
And we end up completely stuck.
A good way to focus.
Yeah, but I might as well bring up the thing while I'm here as well. just so I've got something to refer to. I mean, I know how to do the next several bits, but I'll bring it up. Do the others want to come in?
Well, I've spoken to them, and yeah, they've all hopped backstage for a reason, so I assume so.
Nice. All right, cool. I'll drag them in. So, just for those watching who don't know who this is Arms Killer. He also streams over on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/ArmsKillerV2.
Hello, most of my audience, and probably a few others that I don't know.
We've also going to drag in Mr. Misanthropic, host
Oh shit!
of
What the fuck?
I'm dragging
Holy
you.
shit!
I'm dragging you in. I'm dragging you in one at a time, but I'm doing it whilst I'm introducing you as well. So we've got Mr. Misanthropic, who is the host of the Sunday Fun Day show over on here. Imagine Howard Stern, but less entertaining.
Yes. A poor man. I am a poor man's Howard Stern, with much more try-hard edginess.
Oh yeah, you are much more try-hard than Howard Stern. Next, we'll bring in Blind Girl, who's the host of the Blind Trucking podcast. So if you like your politics with a large dose of maple syrup, she's the girl to go to. She is currently looking after her son.
Yeah, she's currently on mom duties.
And then finally, we've also got John Belushi lookalike competition winner for 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2000, all the way up to this year. It's Opinionated Scotsman. You all right, mate?
Ew.
Of course I was lost.
Yes, last and least.
Are we not surprised?
Scotsman, I didn't bring anyone in any particular. The only reason I brought Arms Killer in first is because I was still confused. I thought he'd just jumped into the wrong chat for a second.
No, I told everybody we should support Pete by going into your backstage because we're all in your cheers. And then
Yeah.
I thought you were going to bring your Patreons in first, but you didn't, so I was totally okay
Well, I
with
kind of have. I've brought one of my patrons in. You.
it. Listen, mate. Yeah, well, I wasn't first, Peter. I thought Patreon was supposed to be...
We've still got you on air though.
Yeah.
If a patron comes backstage, I'm going to throw Scotsman out first. You know that.
Oh, okay, alright, you're redeemed.
Last in,
Yeah,
last in, first out.
No,
yeah, exactly.
for sure.
And then, yeah, for the record, if more than one patron comes in, I'll be the second one to leave.
That's fine. That's fine.
Oh my god! How did you get this everywhere?
Right. So, what we're doing currently on the stream is we're in the middle of doing the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy text adventure. Okay, we've just returned to the site where our house once was, and well, it said you reached the site of what was your home. It is now a pile of rubble. Mr. Prosser looks sheepishly triumphant. A trick few people can do, as it requires a lot of technically complex deltoid muscle work. At the front of your house, Mr. Prosser from the local council is standing on the other side of the bulldozer. He seems to be wearing a digital watch. Ford hurries after you. So, what do we do now?
Well, alright, so...
This has, right, what I'm typing now has no bearing on the game whatsoever, but it is something they did program in that you can do. You can kill Prosser.
I was about to say, do I have options? Or
Well, yeah,
multiple
it's...
choice, or is it just like pick whatever you want?
Yeah, it's like
that's the...
It's an old text adventure, so the way you control it is, right, obviously in order to move around in the game, you use, like, compass cardinal directions, north, east, south, west. If you need to go up some stairs or down some stairs, you go up or down, right? But the game also recognises particular commands and actions. Like, for example, just before
Just
this, I was in
committed
the pub.
murder.
Just now, yeah, kill Prosser, which gives the reaction, you muck up all his fancy facial work. This is the last moment of satisfaction you will experience for some time.
Yay,
was
murder!
Yeah.
But obviously you can type things, you know, like if there's an item,
Inspect item. pick up
inspect, yeah, examine, pick up, use, that kind of thing. It also there's things like give item to. You can also limited. It only recognises particular phrases when you talk to characters, but you can talk to them as well.
Well, this is a game made in the 80s, so...
Yep. Running off an idea that, an idea in a text parser that had been used since about the late 70s, to be honest.
Is it the stun thing?
Hmm?
Are they using stun for their game?
No, I believe this is before Scum.
Yeah, this is well before the Scum engine. Scum engine was early 90s.
Late 80s.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh well, no, that was it. Yeah, it would be 1987, the Scum engine, because it was devised for Maniac Mansion.
Mm-hmm. Well, hence that acronym.
Yeah, hence MM in script utility.
For Maniac Mansion.
Yeah, for Maniac Mansion is what it stands for. Yeah. Somebody, this is what I was talking about 5 minutes ago. Somebody has actually rebuilt this game in the Scum engine as well. It's a fan-made thing, and it doesn't quite work, if I remember, because I did play it years ago when it was like when it first became available. It doesn't quite work, but I think that's just down to the fact that it was an independent fan project.
I know it's probably still in development. One thing so when it comes to the commands, will you mostly be following the story, or would there be
to a point? Yes, it does deviate, and in fact, this game ends pretty much halfway through the story of the book.
Okay.
Without spoiling it, the end of the game, the object of the game is to land on Magrathea and get set foot on Magrathea, which is roughly about halfway through the first novel.
Alright, so if I'm remembering correctly, so besides killing the councilman, because you just had to kill him.
Well, one of the other things you can do in this game is, if it's not massively clear, you can wait, essentially, and see if something else happens.
Details to come up.
Yeah, like I did earlier when I was lying in the mud. Ford went off to speak to Prosser, and it just said he's just left you there. So I just waited.
Yeah.
And then he came back.
Eat your cheese.
So I assume lying on the ground would be the next move.
Well, no, because I've already done that. That was so far I've been to the pub.
Yeah, and then eventually he will get frustrated at, the fact that his house has been demolished, and then he'll trip over and fall on the ground.
It doesn't follow it that closely. It doesn't follow it sort of beat for beat to that degree.
So I assume you just have to run towards, the house?
Okay, let's try. Run toward house. You can't enter a pile of rubble. With a noise like a cross between Led Zeppelin's Farewell Concert and the eruption of Krakatoa, a huge fleet of Vogon constructor ships flies overhead and announces that the Earth will be demolished to make way for a new hyperspace bypass in 2 of your Earth minutes. In all the turmoil, you drop the thing that your aunt gave you, which you don't know what it is, and it rolls away. It is the least of your worries. Anyway, you've been trying to get rid of it for years. So, the Vogons have arrived. What do we do? And Herundel Gamer, I finished this...
Just start painting the walls.
What walls? The house has been demolished.
Just start jerking off. That's an establishment of dominance. Established dominance, just start jerking off.
All right.
Just
I'm gonna type.
fucking walls.
I'm gonna type jerk off. I'm gonna type jerk off and see what it says. It just says I don't know the word jerk. Fair enough.
Whip out penis and stroke it.
But bear in mind,
Masturbate.
guys, we can't play around with the text parser for too much because the Vogons have just arrived and we've got roughly about 2 minutes. Which, obviously, the way this game works, it translates into moves. There's a set amount of moves we have left before the game just goes, nah, you're pissed about too much now.
Alright, how about talk to Ford?
And say what?
Fuck.
Please don't kill us all.
Ford. Fuck. I don't know the word fuck. The best thing is, right, Douglas Adams did a game in the late 90s, Starship Titanic. You remember I started playing it on... I did, actually. Do you know what I worked out what had happened? Why I couldn't finish it? The fucking thing had bugged out on me.
Oh, so you were actually fucked.
Yeah, I was actually fucked. That music room puzzle, which is notoriously difficult anyway, right, had bugged out on me.
Oh, fuck.
Because the solution to it is on the back of the original big box, right? The original, because it was a game from the late 90s. So
in the same way how you have to look for Meryl's Codex number on the back.
Yeah, it's on the big box, and I matched it perfectly. It's just the game had bugged, had fucked up, and that's it. You're not getting any further now.
So the game broke.
Ironically, actually, you mentioned it earlier. That game, for its Steam release, which was the one I was playing, had been ported to the Scum engine. It didn't originally run. It didn't originally run on the Scum engine, which I think may have broken it a bit.
So you were playing the Scum version of a game that was okay.
But the reason I brought up Starship Titanic then is because I just typed fuck then, like Ford, fuck, say fuck to Ford. In Starship Titanic, they actually have it programmed where it will respond to that. It won't swear back at you, but it will respond as if you've sworn at it. It'll recognise that the word fuck is a swear word and react accordingly.
Because they knew people would get bored and fuck around.
Yep, that's exactly right. There are, I think... Oh, what was it? Because one of the very first videos I was planning on doing, and I never got round to doing it, was a full review of Starship Titanic. Because I looked into it, actually, there isn't a lot of coverage of Starship Titanic on YouTube. Like all these classic retro gaming and obscure gaming channels that I watch. Not a lot of them have covered it. I think the only one of any note that I saw was Pushing Up Roses. And she did an alright job. Her review was quite good. She got just as frustrated as you were supposed to with the game, because it is very obtuse. You can't beat Starship Titanic without the strategy guide. It's impossible. I first played it when I was at uni, right? So we're talking a good, 6 or 7 years? No, 5 or 6 years after it originally came out, right? You can't beat Starship Titanic without the strategy guide. Because some of the puzzles in it are so obtuse, they are things you would never think of in a million years.
Thank God there's Google.
And I like how we've deviated from the game that we're supposed to
Well,
be
yeah,
in.
well, the way I see it,
Well,
right?
tangentially, like,
Yeah. The way I see it is it's all connected. In fact, kind of in a again, bringing it back to Douglas Adams, because it is the Towel Day stream, bringing it back to Douglas Adams in a tangential way. Everything is connected.
On you fucking blue cunt, I want to kill you. Come on.
What are you playing, Scotsman?
I know.
You blue cunt, I want to kill you. He's playing Eiffel 65, the beat 'em up.
Well, from what it sounds,
Probably not even waste my time killing this thing, but I spent that long on it as well.
So, I will slightly apologise to viewers. I will slightly apologise to my viewers because I knew this stream would have had slightly broader appeal than my streams normally. I had been, up until I brought these guys on, watching my language a little. I'd still been swearing, but I'd been sort of not...
Yeah, hence your reaction to the first towel joke I made.
Yeah, but these guys...
I don't think I've even swore. I don't think I've even said a swear word yet.
I wasn't talking about you.
Christ.
I was
Well,
gonna
what
say,
kind of
I don't think I score that much milk.
I mean,
But yeah,
Well, what kind of
typically,
world is it where I'm not
just
the
as a
one who
disclaimer,
swears
if
the
you
most?
are watching this and you're new to the channel, this is the kind of language you can normally expect anyway. We are this sweary. Hence why my
And
normal...
sexually depraved.
This is why my normal stream layout has the disclaimer at the top. This channel is intended for mature audiences.
If the content isn't necessarily mature.
Yeah, exactly.
And you've got your camera on.
Well, yeah, it's still on the other one. I wasn't using it, so I didn't bother switching it off.
Fair enough.
So,
Technically, Jack counts as a mature.
Jack's
You can't
probably
hear what's going on,
Jack's
guys.
probably the most mature one of us on the stream right now because he hasn't sworn once, he hasn't made a single sexual joke, he's not said anything edgy. Jack, well done.
Good job, buddy.
good job, little man. Say ah.
Say ah. Don't ignore me, Jack. Say ah. There you go.
You know you've got serious serious problems when you're outmatured by a 6-year-old autistic boy.
You're
Well, I
not
mean-
wrong.
Well, I mean, considering
The nicest one
arms,
out of all of us as well.
considering arms is here, considering how much arms hangs out with us, we should be all getting we should all be used to being outmatured by an autistic.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, except that arms is it's just that arms is 14 instead of 6.
Shut up. Shut your whore mouth. I have you know. I swear, I'm gonna. If I have. I swear, I'm gonna say, I have you know I'm 20, but that doesn't make it any better, does it?
No.
I'm still young.
Thanks
So-
for the fish.
4 years.
So we've lost the thing that our aunt gave us. The Vogons have arrived. Let's bring it back to the game for a second.
Do we yell at them and say thanks for the fish? Will they just leave?
No, it's the
Well,
dolphins.
they consider
It's the
blowing up
dolphins who
our planet.
yelled so long and thanks for all the fish.
Well,
Yeah,
exactly, but maybe we can steal their line and it totally works.
Well, considering they're planning on blowing up our planet for pretty much a motorway.
The best is that the best thing is the twist is in the 6th novel by Owen Colfer and subsequently the hexagonal phase, the 6th series of the radio series. It turned out the hyperspace bypass was never necessary.
Oh, so they destroyed Earth for legit no reason.
The Vogons are annoyed about that as well in that book. They're annoyed about it.
And there are plenty of reasons to destroy the world.
So,
Right.
If I was going to get blown up tomorrow, I wouldn't try and stop it.
Right, okay, so that's what happens when I type talk to Ford. It just says, Ford Prefect looks at you expectantly, as if you seem to be about to talk. Yeah, because the command in these games to talk to someone is you type their name, followed by a comma, and then what you want to say.
could you say ask Ford about the Vorgons?
Who are... Well, because you can directly ask him. So, Ford, comma, who are the Vogons? He can't hear you above the noise. The vast yellow ships thunder across the sky, spreading waves of terror and panic in their wake. The voice of the Vogon captain slams across the country, insisting that the planning charts and demolition orders have been available at the local planning department office in Alpha Centauri for 50 years, and it's too late to start making a fuss about it now. Throughout the noise, Ford is shouting at you. He removes a small black device from his satchel, but accidentally drops it at your feet.
I assume you pick up the small black device?
Pick up device. Yeah. Taken. Fierce gales whip across the land, and thunder bangs continuously through the air in the wake of the giant ships. Ford fights to reach you, but the wind is too fierce. Further announcements from the Vogon captain make it clear that the demolition will begin in just a few seconds. Through the blinding rain, you see lights flickering on the small device.
Fuck you, cunt. Off. Fuck off. No. Ah.
I would like to point out, Opinionated Scotsman is playing Spyro the Dragon. Is it the original or the reignited ones, by the way?
Original.
Ah. Because I was watching, my friend Vicky, who I sent you all to a couple of times. Yeah, she's I've watched her play through the new versions of the Spyro games. God, they look nice. Now they've updated them all and remastered them all.
I'm getting too
Even managed to get some controversy as well.
How?
I forget specifically how, but it was sort of one of the characters was designed a certain way and just frustrated a bunch of people.
Which people, to be exact?
The usual suspects.
Right, I see.
Because the answer to that is greatly going to affect my level of interest.
You're roboting slightly.
If it's the usual suspects, I have absolutely no interest. Give me one.
Skittles, you robot.
Mm-hmm.
And Black Girl's muted herself. So.
I think it's that time for.
Ah, right. Yeah, I'm looking at the time now. Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? It'd be, it's 5 o'clock for her, isn't it?
So that's the way to pick up, yeah. I feel like I shouldn't be getting this guessed if it was essentially a kid's game.
Oh, no. Oh, God. I once played... Oh, what was it? Sonic Unleashed, it was. And I got stuck for about a week on one of the levels, about 2/3 of the way into it. And my girlfriend at the time, because it was a rental game that I got from Love Film, because Love Film used to do games, which was very good, actually, because
Are Film even still a thing?
They used to be. They're now part of Amazon. And they got absorbed into Amazon. Then they became streaming only. So Love Film became like a streaming platform for about a year. Yeah, and then they turned it into Amazon Prime or Amazon Video. But yeah, so my girlfriend at the time was telling me, oh, come on. Just send it back. You're not going to get through this. And I said, no! I actually genuinely yelled at her one night. Just went, no, I will not be beaten by a fucking children's game! And then she finished the level for me.
Peter, man card handed over.
I finished the rest of the game myself. I managed to actually beat the rest of the game from that point, but it was just that one level was pissing me off.
I will not be beaten by a children's game.
Huh?
Oh, sweet bleeding Jesus, what is that?
Granted, when I was younger, I never used to play video games that much, so I had to rely on my brothers to play video games for me.
Yeah, I never really played games very much, like, growing up. I was usually too busy, like, outside getting exercise and stuff, reading, all that stuff, being a nerd. But...
What's exercise?
The thing that you really should be doing.
Yeah. I never really played video games proper until I was 10, funnily enough.
Oh, no.
I didn't start playing video games properly until I was like 16.
I was playing video games from a very young age.
Like 5 or 6 here.
It was like, now, throughout my entire life, always had a console in the household, and I'd always play bits and bobs, but really, it was more my brothers that would play more than me. Because, I had this really weird autistic thing. And, well,
oh, really?
Really?
Yeah, no. This really weird autistic thing where whenever shit happens, I'm running out of the room in a sudden burst of energy.
Just like Jack. So, Pete, really young, huh? Just like me?
Yeah. Well, we're about the same age, aren't we? So.
We are the same age, minus a couple of months.
Yeah.
It's like,
what, mid-30s, we'll call it.
To be fair, it wasn't until I was 11 where I managed to get the final part of that just running. It wasn't until I played Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker where I could finally sit down and properly play a video game.
Really? Peace Walker?
Yeah.
Do you know what, right? Confession, right? I'm a huge Metal Gear Solid fan. I've never seen the final true ending of Peace Walker, and I've got the HD collection.
Oh, I need to get my Xbox 360 back into working order because I would be playing shit out of it if I could.
Yeah.
Arms, you
It's
get
the
your Xbox
only
360 into working order, we're going to be doing some fucking co-op Saints Row 2.
It's the only Metal Gear... It's the only, like, main series Metal Gear Solid game that I've never actually finished.
To be fair, I've never finished Peace Walker neither because, well,
yeah.
It's been...
All of the others I've beaten countless times. All of the others I've beaten loads and loads, but Peace Walker's the only one I've never actually finished. The other one, sort of outside of the main series, is Rising. That final boss, that fucking final boss, was another one. And guess what, as well? Linking this back to what I was saying before, it was another Love Film rental that I just had to send back. I actually gave up on it for that one. I actually went, no, I can't do this now. 2 weeks longer than I meant to. I had that. I was like, no.
The thing is
I'm
the
sending
only
it
Metal
back.
Gear I've actually finished would be Metal Gear Solid 5. Though even though I am just so interested in the lore of Metal Gear.
Does Metal Gear Solid 5 even have an ending?
Oh,
yeah, it's
a very contrived and tacked on ending. It's a very contrived and tacked on ending.
So I remember that was a big controversy when it first came out. I was just like, wait, where's the fucking ending? It just kind of ends.
Spoilers!
Yeah,
Spoilers for a 5-year-old game, but it turns out you're not Big Boss.
And it also turns out.
Oh,
that,
I remember that twist.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it is such bullshit, and even to this day, I'm like, fuck off.
Yeah.
And considering that I'd been waiting for the Phantom Pain to see how Big Boss eventually forms out of heaven, and then for that to say,
because it doesn't bridge that gap. That's what I think. That's what I think really pissed people off. It didn't bridge that gap between Phantom Pain and Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
Yeah. It set it up. There's an Easter egg right at the end. In fact, it's not even it is actually technically an Easter egg. It just took people years to realise it. Technically, although all the code isn't there, so it doesn't work. But when the scene where Snake puts the tape in the MSX player and presses play, and it starts playing like the noise you'd get, right? That is the noise the computer program for Metal Gear made. It's just, it doesn't play it all, so the code's incomplete and the game would never load or work on anything.
But even the thing is I wanted to play as Big Boss, but what I got was Diet Big Boss.
Literally Big Boss Light.
Yes.
Alright. Just really quickly, I've typed one more command into the game, just because, like I say, at this point in the game, I know exactly what it is. So I've examined the lights on the device that Ford dropped, that we've picked up, right? And it says the sub-ether signaling device is shaped like a small fist with an extended thumb. Various lights along its knuckles are currently blinking wildly, indicating a spaceship in the vicinity. It has 2 buttons, a red one labelled Call Engineer and a green one labelled Hitchhike. It bears a small label which reads, "Another fine product from the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation." Affixed to the thumb is a lifetime guarantee.
Alright, so, now the thing is I would say press the green button, but the question is I don't know what it specifically does.
Well, Hitchhike is what it does.
Well, yeah, I mean, the specificities of it. Like,
alright.
It's just a word.
There we go.
Did you say hitchhike is a word and you don't know the specifics of how to hitchhike?
I mean, what it would actually be doing.
Right.
Hitchhike.
Yeah.
Well, you walk down the road sticking your thumb out, except at least over in America.
Sorry, I should point out.
Some places you don't want to do that.
I should point out for new viewers to the stream, Arms Killer is 20 years old, therefore is probably more used to. I should have explained that to him by saying the green one is labelled "Call an Uber."
I don't even use Uber. Silence you.
It's because you never leave the fucking house.
See, Arms, here's what you do. You go with you walk down the road just holding your thumb out, at least over in most Western countries, and some of them though that's not what you want to do for various reasons.
Because that indicates fingering instead.
Yep, it's either their equivalent of the middle finger, or it means you're trying to take one. But yeah, someone will eventually stop and give you a ride.
Yes, I know what hitchhiking is.
They just gotta hope that it's not a serial killer.
And the disadvantage of being a 20-year-old is where everyone that is older than me would describe everything in a condescending fashion.
You asked what hitchhiking was!
Yeah, you seem
meant
confused
within
by the
the
concept
context.
of hitchhiking.
I meant within the context of the situation.
Alright, so...
Well, you gotta be more specific then.
I've pressed
Oh my god, you fucking pedants.
I've pressed the green button. I've pressed the green button.
Language,
right?
please.
And it says, lights whirl sickeningly around your head. The ground arches away beneath your feet. And every atom of your being is being scrambled. You experience you're probably going to have to get used to. You are in blank dark.
In a dark room.
So
What's it with this and waking up in a dark room?
I think that is potentially where potentially sort of partially where the inspiration for the... I did actually say this when I played the Dark Room on air, that it felt like a lot of the inspiration for it came from the opening of the Hitchhiker's Guide game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when you see some of the advertising material, it says that it's inspired by the text adventures back in the day.
Yeah, but it doesn't play like one, which is why in the intro to the game it actually says, it's like one of the old text adventure games, and if you know anything about those text adventure games, you know there are 2 words that shouldn't be in that. That's text and adventure. So, we're in dark. Now, remember I told you there is like just a standard command you can type when it gives you no indication of anything.
Wait.
Yeah. So. Wait. You can hear nothing, smell nothing, taste nothing, see nothing, feel nothing, and are not even certain who you are. And then that's it.
Open your eyes?
Open eyes. Open eyes. Alright. You can see nothing.
Same detail.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You can see nothing, feel nothing,
Not entirely.
hear nothing, taste nothing, smell nothing, and are not entirely certain who you are. Right, so it's mixed up. Right, alright, the same details are there, but they're in a different order.
Well, you're blind, you're blind and deaf, and
And also, you're not entirely certain instead of even certain. An indication of a slight awareness of the possibility of who you are. Touch self?
I doing what I always say in these things. Just fuck it. I just start jerking off. I'm just gonna paint the walls.
Alright.
Okay, you can hear nothing, smell nothing, taste nothing, see nothing, feel nothing.
Wait.
You are not even certain who you are. So you can't hear, smell, taste, see, feel. And are not even certain who you are.
Alright, so I assume this is an order thing, so... Sorry, open eyes? Again? Because if this is sort of like an order to this...
Open eyes. So, you can see nothing, feel nothing, hear nothing, taste nothing, and are not certain who you are. Yes. Yes. Oh, I didn't realise you could do it like this. So,
Listen.
no, yeah, you can hear nothing. You can see nothing, feel nothing, hear nothing, taste nothing, and are not entirely certain who you are.
no senses whatsoever.
Not quite, Scotsman.
I think it's an order to what you are supposed to do. And I think opening eyes is the first part of that sequence.
But opening your eyes has just revealed that you can see nothing, feel nothing, hear nothing, taste nothing,
Take a deep breath.
and are not entirely certain who you are. How many senses do you have?
7.
5.
7.
I'll take Skittles' answer for that one because it's more sensible.
But,
Smell!
But it's true. You only have 7 senses.
Smell, brackets,
5.
darkness. It does smell a bit.
7.
There's something pungent being waved under your nose. Your head begins to clear.
and-
You can make out a shadow moving in the dark.
And pray tell, BG, what are the 7 senses?
So, yeah, hang on a sec.
5 that people know about.
So, touch.
Taste,
Yeah, touch, taste, smell, see,
Yeah, they've been slowly
and hear.
expanding that in recent years.
Yeah.
So, what are the other
it's
two?
2. Proprioceptive and vestibular.
All right, what's I'm
Gesundheit.
gonna say what's proprioceptive?
Gesundheit.
Proprioceptive is pressure, how hard or soft, deep pressure, soft pressure. It lets you know kind of.
Well, is that not
where you
feel?
are.
Is that not feel?
No, you can feel stuff, but how hard are you hitting somebody, or how soft are you?
No, that would still be feel, though.
No.
Sorry,
No,
I've just spotted this
Proprioceptive.
random
Wouldn't that
quarantine
still-
box
wouldn't that be functional?
said a while ago. I still like the fact I'm younger than Arms, and he is still the young one.
Yeah.
Your proprioceptives
So how about you
are,
come on
are,
here so I can
are,
mock you?
are different from feel.
Well, granted, I'm already mocking the Scotsman, but you know.
And your vestibular are sacs. It's a gel sac inside your ear that tells you up and down. That's why astronauts come back usually dyslexic.
Isn't pain one of them?
No,
Well,
no,
I thought pain was also a sense.
that's a feeling.
Yeah, no, pain is also feel. Yeah.
Yes.
As is
But
what you're talking
proprioceptive
about,
is
blind
des-
girl.
No, the proprioceptive is much different. Google it if you don't believe me.
Little E's in the chat says spider is one of them. Please tell me,
So
please
what's
tell
the
me,
dark figure?
blind girl, please tell me that was one of your, that was the 7th one. Spider.
No. Dixon's have an vestibular and proprioceptive. You have 7 senses.
Alright, so what's vestibular then? And we'll come back to what...
Vestibular is
Hang on, we'll
where you are in space and time. So vestibular are sacs in your ears that tell you up and down, or how fast you are going. So if you ever spin
Is
around
that really a
circles, you
sense,
feel like
though?
you're yes, it is. If you spin around in circles and you feel like throwing up, that's vestibular.
I think that's why also sometimes like acrobats and stuff will hold on to their ears because it helps with balance.
I've learned so much today.
Right. So, Arms, what did you say?
Look at shadowy figure.
Oh, God.
Or at least
I was going to say, he's not even in the chat because I was going to type, look at Shadow. Look at Shadow. Look at Shadow. Right, so, the Shadow is vaguely Ford Prefect shaped. Vogue on hold. This is a small, squalid room filled with grubby mattresses, unwashed cups, and unidentifiable bits of smelly alien underwear. A door lies to port,
Gross.
and an airlock lies to starboard. Now,
I have a definition for proprioception, by the way, because I couldn't articulate it very well, but proprioception sense, also referred to as something I can't pronounce, is the sense of self-movement and body position.
so it's the sense that you are moving and you know what position you're in.
Yes.
so the
That's
sense
why
of
autistics-
relativity?
That's why autistics flap, because the brain goes, where's my arm, where's my arm, where's my arm, and they flap. That's a sensory seek.
So it's they don't know where their arm is relative to them.
The brain doesn't know where the arm is, and so it has to flap. That's why you can have the autistic strength, where sometimes you don't know how hard you're hitting somebody. you could fan an enemy and accidentally knock out someone playing tag with. Proprioceptive and vestibular.
Well, also, in this Vogon hold, in the corner is a glass case with a switch and a keyboard. It looks like the glass contains an atomic vector plotter. Along one wall is a tall dispensing machine. Ford removes the bottle of Santrogyne mineral water, which he's been waving under your nose, and tells you that you're aboard a Vogon ship, and gives you some peanuts.
Because he shoved those in his pockets right before he left.
You actually... Well...
What kind of peanuts?
This is one of the moments where you kind of... A little bit of knowledge about the original book comes in handy, because in the book, Ford does buy peanuts at the bar just before he leaves. But it's not mentioned in the game at this point.
Really?
Because it's later in the game, once you get to the Heart of Gold, you actually have to become the other characters in the game. You have to become Ford, Marvin, Trillian, Zaphod. You don't have to become Marvin, sorry, but you have to become Trillian, Zaphod, Marvin, and solve puzzles in their own little thing. And the one for Ford, you have to remember to buy the peanuts.
Ah.
And the thing I can't tell you. Well, the thing I could tell you is well, this wasn't in part 1, but there's a reason Ford bought peanuts. Although, oh no, did this make this to the video? The version of the video I made for YouTube, because there's a video on my YouTube channel called the Dangers of Unquestioning Belief, which was a very, very shortened version of the start of a Doctor Who story I was writing for a writing competition. Every year, Big Finish, the company that do the Doctor Who audio stories, they have a writing competition where the winner gets their story read by one of their narrators and put out on their website. I started working on a story which was heavily Douglas Adamsy. In fact, it wasn't going to be a Douglas Adams like rip-off or anything like that. It was more going to be sort of, yeah, a Doctor Who story, but with a lot of references to Hitchhikers in there, but very sneaky references. Like, at no point was I ever going to use the term Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or anything like that. But the style of the narration for parts of it was going to be very Douglas Adamsy, and in that, the intro to that I was writing was written as if it was from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, one of the guide entries. And in that, I made a joke about something from, jokingly debunking something from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, because apparently, I might as well tell you what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to eat the peanuts because they replace salt and protein that you lost in matter transference when you hitchhiked.
Okay.
Right? But in my story, I was going to opine that actually they don't, and it was all a clever marketing ploy by intergalactic peanut gatherers.
That would have been a pretty good.
And that they made a killing. They made a killing from long distance interstellar travelers because they firmly believed that peanuts could severely help them.
Could replenish salt at such a rate.
Yeah. But yeah, the point I'd made, the joke I'd made in it was, they do, but it's the equivalent. It would be the equivalent of spraying a cold bottle of mineral water on your face after before going into a sauna to keep you cool. So the effect would be negatable.
Negligent.
Yeah. Negligent. Yeah.
No, negligible.
Negligible.
That's the one.
Negligible.
Yeah.
Negligible. Jesus, does not words speak. I was gonna try to just sit there and just let you guys just stumble over that, trying to figure out which word it was. It just got too painful.
Yeah, I've not exactly got the highest level of focus right about now.
I believe I mentioned that before when Random Quarantine Box was in the chat talking about, you know, how he was having trouble with his scripts. I said, oh, look, don't worry about it. You get used to it. One of the things you'll learn about me is if I'm reading things, especially if they're things I'm written for some reason, right, I get massive stumble mouth when I do it.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's why it's like I don't really necessarily like use a script. I'll just use just like a bullet, just like, kind of like an outline.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'd much rather
it's like if
use-
there's,
Hey,
it's like
Batman.
if there's something like very specific that I want to say, I will like write that out.
Yeah.
And for the most part, it's just like just like mention this, and it's just little like bullets.
That's why.
Just, like, have like the important stuff.
That's why that Hitchhiker's video I put out before, right, less than an hour long. The original recording for everything that was in that was between 2 hours and 2.5 hours long.
And Bat says he's backstage.
I'll drag you in a second, Batman. But yeah, the original recording for that was 2 hours to 2.5 hours long, and then when edited, all of a sudden 55 minutes.
Wait, does that mean in the game type up?
Eh?
Or does that mean in the game, since you've lost all your senses?
Oh no, we've got our senses back because of the Santodrain and
yeah.
water. Yeah, we know where we are now. We know what's
And also
going on.
the sense of smell.
But yeah,
Oh.
we just have to eat the peanuts.
Sense? I meant scent.
So you feel stronger as the peanuts replace some of the protein you lost in the matter transference bean. Batman says, I'd say thank you, but I'm an ungrateful bastard. Alright, let's drag you in, you old bastard. No, that is literally his name on Discord, old bastard.
Well, yeah, that's because he is an old bastard.
Yeah. Yeah, but Skittles, physiologically, you are far older than anybody here.
Well, he insulted me.
Well, one of us doesn't
Don't
get
compare me
ID.
to him.
Yeah, fuck you, dude. Fuck you for comparing me to him.
Yeah.
To who?
Don't ever insult me that way again.
Comparing you to who?
Whoever was that? What was that? There's Arms who compared me to Scotsman. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you, Arms. Twat.
Do it again.
How dare you? How dare you? I thought we were friends.
And
Yeah.
You're
hang
uninvited
on.
to my birthday party.
Skittles aren't friends with any of the lower classes.
And also
Skittles.
uninvited from mine.
Skittles.
We were never invited to the birthday.
Legitimately a day later.
Skittles.
Yes, Peter.
It would have been a poor show anyway, because who organises their own surprise birthday parties?
Arms killer.
I know. Look, it wasn't supposed to be a surprise birthday party. It was just. I mean, the turnout kind of was a surprise because I mean, it must have just been everyone's just everyone's invitation must have just gotten lost in the mail. I don't know, and all my friends just miraculously had something going on that day.
And someone with short-term memory loss, by the way, would probably organize their own surprise birthday party because they would have they did it.
Yeah, and I know I skipped.
Actually, that's a very clever ploy, actually. But, to be fair, right, it must be a pain in the arse to organise.
What are you doing in my house?
Yeah.
I know why Skittles, people haven't gotten invited to Skittles' birthday party. It's because he relied on a friend to post them for him. But he doesn't have any friends.
All right.
I do too, shut up!
Oh, Peter.
Kids.
I would like to ask you a serious question.
Go on.
Obviously, you're playing the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy game.
Yeah.
Did you get the actual game in the box? You know, with the free goodies, like the little plastic bag with the microscopic space fleet in it.
No, not this version. This is the downloaded, like, because essentially the game is vaporware now, so it's the ROM for it. But I've looked at it on eBay. Fuck me!
I don't know.
No thanks.
No, I mean, fuck me. It goes for quite a lot on eBay. In all formats. I'm talking like 5 1/4 inch floppy, whatever computer you would need.
Tell you what I'll do, Peter. I'll have a look round to see if I've still got it, and if I have, you can. I'll let you know. You can DM me your address, and I will send it to you.
Seriously? Seriously?
Don't see why not. I mean, I don't think it would work on my PC anymore, and just don't play it anymore. Well, hence the fact I don't know if I've still got it.
No one else pick up on that.
Thank you very much, Batman. Go on, what?
You were saying fuck me, and then you're on about fucking floppies.
Yeah, because I was talking about outdated media before your time, Scotsman. Before your time.
It was
So, Scotsman, a floppy disk. The laser disc. And
actually,
a floppy disk. You fucking millennial trash.
Actually, to be fair, Armskiller, even Laserdisc was around for a lot longer than you might think. Laserdisc came out in like the 70s.
Yeah, and they didn't last very long because they were bigger than an LP record. Their unwieldy, prone to breaking. The machine was also prone to breaking. They got scratched easy.
Oh yeah, that's good.
They were horrible.
Well, because essentially, laser discs were an analog medium. They weren't digital. They weren't like CDs.
Yeah.
They the laser on a laser disc. The laser in the laserdisc player read the disc as if it was a vinyl record.
Okay, so like a little pin.
I think they were used by TV stations specifically for recording like all games and playing them back in slow-mo.
Yeah.
Well, I assume because of the fact that it's analog, you can just have a bunch of different figures, and when you slow it all down, it doesn't just cut audio off.
For if you want to know things about like Laserdisc and things like that, I highly recommend Techmoan. Yeah. He's done some brilliant videos on like obscure formats and old formats.
I'm pretty sure I've seen one of his videos where he managed to find a tape for a store exclusive format.
Oh.
I forget what it was specifically, but he found a tape.
Oh, another good one. If you can suffer through his camp delivery, because I've got no problem with a bit of campness, because fucking hell, I watched Jim Sterling. Fucking hell, I watched Jim Sterling videos for a start.
Yeah, he's got no problem with camp because he used to be in the Boy Scouts.
Right, but technology connections. He's very good. He's very in depth as well, and he explains it like perfectly. He explains how it all works. He did a series actually about how analog telly worked, about how about how it was recorded and then how it was broadcast.
Yep.
Yeah, he's very good.
The invention of transistors, apparently half the time it didn't.
Mm.
God, hey, that's
But it's just
70s.
his delivery. He's very sort of a bit camp and a bit fussy. It's like, well,
There's the thing, back in the 70s, even though transistors were in pretty much everything, TV still had valves.
yeah.
Yeah, because
Well,
you had to turn the TV on and you could
The
hear it
thing that
humming
the thing that revolutionized
background.
the thing that revolutionized radio, the thing that sort of really sped radio into common usage was vacuum tubes.
Yeah, and the thing which made it really take off at the time when TV was going on was the transistor.
Mm.
Because, I mean, the 60s and the 70s was actually boom time for radio.
Yeah. Which, ironically,
More like
just
a- more like a
ironically,
boomer
just
time.
to bring it, just to bring it back
You
to
don't
the,
deserve a bell for that.
just to bring
I'll
it back
see
to the
myself out.
topic of tonight's, well, not topic, but the theme of tonight's stream is where Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy started.
On radio.
Yep, on radio.
Nice.
90,
Oh, God,
which actually, ironically, this year is the 42nd anniversary of Hitchhiker's
Nice.
Guide to the Galaxy on radio.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because I can remember I used to go in the kitchen, portable radio, and tune it to Radio 2, I believe it was, and
Oh, she definitely just curved her
Good.
wheels.
All right, so
partially because it was funny, partially because I enjoyed it, and partially because my dad hated it.
so I've got dinner. I will be back if you're still if you're still here.
Wait a sec, I can get two jokes out here. I'll get the easy one out of the way first. Arms Killer, say it.
Say what?
It.
Yay, food!
Oh, food!
I
Yay!
refuse to do that. I just
And also,
So,
Oh, he refuses
Silence.
to do it now that we all know about it.
well, he's probably just having a pleasant butty.
Arms Killer has got dinner, Batman.
Batman.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Talk to you a lot later.
Hey, yeah, his butler has to come get his food, chop it up into pieces, and spoon feed it to him.
Yep. Well, actually, just puts a funnel in his mouth and pours it in. And it's all going quiet on the Western Front.
Right.
Dinner. I thought that was funnier in my head.
Yeah.
Dinner.
Most things are Skittles.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not in the way you mean.
Well, that's why I've often joked about already doing it, but you should probably just get me to write the jokes for your stream.
No.
Skittles.
No,
Actually,
I won't be that much of a campy sellout until I hit like
100
say, like-
subscribers.
Wait, Skittles. Let's face it. You're already Skittles. Let's face it. You're already campier than the original Dr. Smith from Lost in Space.
I don't know what that means.
Good. Suffer in ignorance.
Yeah.
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 And random quarantine box in the chat asks, "Can someone tell me why Arms has food so fucking late at night?" I don't know. Some people are like that. Some people do. I know Scotsman has his
Well,
tea at like 4 a.m. sometimes.
Well, my food is it just got here, but then again, it's only 5:30 here.
Yeah, no, Scotsman, I mentioned you, and for once it wasn't a dig at you. It was just an outright statement of fact.
Yeah, I mean, like me.
You often
don't eat when I'm
you
sleeping.
often have your dinner or your tea or whatever you want to call it at like 2, 3, 4 in the morning.
I've done that before.
I'm a strange person.
That understatement of the fucking century right there.
Now that was a dig.
Correct. You're not a person.
I'm legally.
Is he though?
Is he?
Yeah, he's kind of like Corporal Nobbs from Ankh-Morpork. He actually has papers to prove he's in the human race.
I want to see these papers.
In fact, he once got kicked out of the human race for shoving.
For someone as fat as I am, I don't get hungry very often.
Yeah. Some people don't. It depends how much energy you use during the day.
Well, apparently you don't actually... Right, just once again, just dragging it back to the game for a second. Apparently you don't actually have to eat the peanuts in the game. But it doesn't matter if you do or don't.
Have you tried swearing at Ford Prefect yet?
Well, we said fuck to him before, and the game didn't recognise the word fuck. But
Call him a wanker.
I'm going to say, you have brought up a good point. Just for the benefit of the stream, I'm going to ask Ford, where am I? Ford seems deep in thought. Oh, right.
Ask him where his towel is.
Because, Batman, just to catch you up, because I know you know this game quite well, we've currently just woken up in the Vogon Hold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gathered that.
Yeah. We've literally just woken up in the Vogon Hold.
Look around.
It'll just give the description again, but, alright, hang on. Yeah. This is a squalid room filled with grubby mattresses, unwashed cups, and unidentifiable bits of smelly alien underwear. Oh, by the way, they're not mentioned in the game, but 10 points if you can tell me the aliens that are in the Vogon Hold. What they're called.
Oh, the
Xenomorphs.
The Dennis
Aliens?
The Dentrassi. Yes, you're right, Batman. They also, in the TV series, look like giant Jim Henson Muppets, I realised. Because when I was finishing off the edit for the video yesterday, I had the TV series on just to, spur me along and sort of keep me in the mood to do it. I realised the in the TV version, the actual Dentrassi looked like Jim Henson puppets.
Try pressing the switch.
Press switch. A recording plays. Joy to fit not it's basically all gibberish.
It's basically recorded.
I was about to say, dude.
For me, Batman.
Hey, I got in there before you did. Which is something.
I've just thought, right, because.
Which is something Scott was heard every time he's tried to have sex.
No, because after.
I was about to say, hold on, are we going to go a bat joke with that or a sex joke with that?
Because now I've put this video out. Right, now I've put the Hitchhiker's video out. I'm going to give it like a week or two before I actually start moving on part 2. But I want to do this video about Douglas Adams as producer of Doctor Who for a bit. Kind of like a retrospective analysis look at the one series where he was script editor for Doctor Who. But I just thought I could very quickly put together a joke video because I've got the recording for it and just got the recordings. Actually, I've got multiple versions of this. Just have a video, opinionated Scotsman clearing his throat for 12 hours and upload that and see what happens.
You're a fucking monster. God damn! I thought I was a sadistic bastard. Holy shit!
What's the point of a
Who
part
heard-
2? The world has been destroyed, asked Crunchy Karma at the point. Well, because... Crunchy Karma, the world being destroyed is just the start of the adventure.
Who hurt you, Peter? Who hurt you to make you this way?
It was probably me.
No, right, all right. That was a bit of a joke, but I have considered sort of making because I've snuck one or two of them into a couple of videos that I've done recently. Like I did like a little edit when that week I was doing that Red Dwarf ARG series. I snuck a little edit I did of just one joke, like a little sketch of BBC continuity announcer going, and next on BBC One, it was Jessica Fletcher discovers the thug life isn't all it's cracked up to be in an episode of Murder, She Wrote that contains scenes of strong language and scenes of a sexual nature, and then edited that into the start of Murder, She Wrote.
There's only one thing wrong with that.
Go on.
I mean, the voice is perfect. Yeah. The way you did the scene.
It was on BBC.
Yeah, Murder She Wrote was on ITV.
Actually, no, it's on BBC now. It gets repeated on BBC Two, technically.
Well, that's because BBC have gone so downhill and don't really make any good programmes anymore. Have you ever seen Doctor Who recently?
Yeah, I've still not watched this year's series of Doctor Who after Spyfall Part 2, which let me down because I thought, right, alright, just to go back to Doctor Who, I thought Spyfall Part 1 was quite good. I actually enjoyed it.
You seem to be one of the very few people who did.
I actually enjoyed Part 1 of it. It was Part 2 that it went, oh shit, no. I thought it marked a change. I thought because last year's series, they'd gone, oh yeah, we're getting all this backlash and all this...
No, they doubled down.
All this shit, and then for one episode, they made it look like they marked a turning point, but no, they did double down, apparently.
Yeah. I mean, they totally rewrote the Doctor's origin.
Oh, no, right, this all happened, like, off, in fact, no, it didn't happen off air, actually, we had this discussion on one of her streams as well, but me and Charlie had a massive, not argument or disagreement, but a massive discussion about that one night, because a lot of the elements they were bringing into it, and a lot of the plot points and stories they were going to bring in had Doctor Who have continued past 1989 originally.
Uh-huh.
They were going to do that originally.
It would have been stupid then, it was stupid now. But the worst part of that was where Gallifrey is this like primitive backwards planet. And there's this one woman developed space flight. Not just space flight, but faster than light space flight. Travels to another planet, finds this child who can regenerate, who's been left there.
I've still not seen it, and I will do what I did last year, because last year, I'll admit, I did watch the first 4 or 5 episodes of the series, and then stopped, and then just one afternoon just went, right, okay, catch up on it, just see how bad it got. And to be fair, I got one great episode out of that, and that was the Kerblam one, the one that was set in Amazon, basically. The one that was set in an Amazon warehouse. I thought that was a really good episode. The rest of it I thought was a bit shit.
Don't really, the Kerblam one, nothing really nothing happened, continued to happen.
Well, no, I mean, nothing happened in terms of the wider canon, but I just thought it was a good story and a good episode of Doctor Who.
And that one with the medical ship with the pregnant man on board.
Oh yeah, that was shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, They actually stole Nibbler from fucking Futurama.
What was that about?
Eating the other ship.
But yeah, the Amazon one, Kablam, I thought was actually quite clever as well. Also, it was helped by the fact it had Lee Mack in it, which he's one of my favourite comedians.
Yeah. He's not bad. He's from your side of the country as well, isn't he?
He is. Just a little bit more northern than me. He's like from, not Bury.
Birkenhead or somewhere, I think, isn't he?
No, he's not quite Yorkshire. I think he's just a little bit west of Yorkshire. So he's closer to me than he is you in that.
Find out.
Yeah.
Birkenhead's not in Yorkshire, it's right next to Liverpool, isn't it?
Yep. He wasn't on about Birkenhead, he was on about Lee Maxwell. I know why you said that, Scotty. That's what I thought for a second.
No, I said Bury originally.
No, it comes from Southport.
Yeah, that's slightly more northern than me, weirdly. Southport's up there near oh fucking hell! I'm gonna have to get a map out, aren't I?
It's closer to Blackpool than it is to Liverpool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got it's got Wigan in between you.
That was it. That was what I was going to say. It's closer to Wigan than it is Manchester.
Yep.
It's in Merseyside,
Before
Dan,
I figure
which is
out how
weird.
not British I am.
Yeah.
That's amusing, this map of Great Britain, which I'm looking at.
I was just using Google and words.
There's this very small section just up from Burnley where it says Great Britain. Move the map, that piece moves as if, it's saying that little part's Great Britain, the rest isn't. Yes, small things amuse me. Go ahead, Peter, hit the joke.
Small things amuse you. Oh. Is that why you
Yeah,
spend
the
so
joke
long
writes
playing?
itself.
Is that why you spend so long playing with yourself?
Yes, Peter, that's the joke I was expecting.
I've just spotted truckers in Cheers,
Is he?
but he's got the bot. He's got the music bot in there, so I don't know whether he's listening to music or waiting to come on.
I don't know.
We'll leave him in there for now. We'll leave him in there for now because trucker, if you're listening, let us know. Are you waiting to come on or just listening to music?
Or both?
I'm in a great mood earlier, so I think you might be listening to music.
Ah, fair enough. Hang on.
Trying to think where you progress from this part.
Yes, so am I now. Because I outright admitted, because of the original format of this stream, what I was going to do is I was going to get all of the patrons on to play it for me, and I was going to take a back seat, and I was just going to type and read, and then just occasionally nudge and give hints. Because I've got a solution and guide here. I can't even follow this bloody guide. It appears to skip a few steps.
They probably did that.
Try. I think the dispensing machine might. I think it's probably the Nutramatic drinks machine anyway.
All right, so hang on a sec. Let's examine dispensing machine. Let's find out. The dispenser is tall. It has a button at around eye level. It says Babelfish. in large letters. That's
there
by the way, blind girl.
Bagelfish.
Yeah, I was going to say blind girl. That's babelfish, not bagelfish. Anything? Little story for you for specifically for Herundle Gamer there, who I know has come here for the Hitchhikers content tonight. When I started on YouTube, my avatar was the babelfish from the TV version of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I met Blind Girl very early on in my YouTube. I'm not going to say career.
Really?
It's not a
when
career.
When I met you, your picture was just you. Your icon was just your picture.
No.
It used to be a fish.
Yeah, I used to have the babelfish as my avatar, and blind girl. Who obviously she's blind, right? It's in the name, and she's a girl. She we explained it to her one night, and she misheard me. Well, she either misheard me or deliberately can't pronounce it, but she thought bagelfish, and it became a thing, and that is why now Blind Girl is possibly, apart from, in fact, alongside Urbana Fox, my best friend on the internet.
Which is frightening in itself. Hold on. I thought you said Scotsman was your best friend on the internet.
I don't even know how Blonde Girl became.
I have no idea if. No, there is absolutely... Batman, there's no way I'd have said that. There is no way I'd have said that. Ever. No, it's... I would probably say, and this isn't to sort of take anything away from anyone else, like, watching or anything like that. I would probably say Blind Girl, Foxy, Goon, and...
He's being really careful trying to figure out who's
going
to take the next spot.
No, that's it. Blind Girl, Foxy, and Goon are my best friends on the internet.
Joking apart, I would have said Armskiller's probably up there as well for you.
Armskiller's definitely very close. He's definitely very close.
Everybody likes Armskiller though.
Yeah. He's our Raymond. Armskiller is our Raymond. But I mean, no, I'm specific.
That movie was terribly inaccurate.
Peter, if you're old enough, he's more like our Selwyn Froggatt.
And out of them three, only Blind Girl I haven't met in real life, which we'll sort it out one day, Blind Girl. We'll sort it out.
We totally gotta sort it out.
Yeah.
Airfare will be super cheap forever.
Hey Peter, have you ever played DC Universe Online?
No, I haven't.
Well,
Batman.
you missed out because it's the Penguins goons. Some of them are female, and they kind of sound like Blind Girl. So
wait, so I sound like Penguin's goons?
Yeah, you basically sound like a stereotypical female gangster from Gotham.
Oh, okay. I can totally live with that. I love being a gangster.
Hey, don't touch the merchandise.
Hey, that merchandise belongs to me.
Merchandise.
Merchandising.
Well, that's it. That's it.
I hope to see you all again in Spaceballs 2: The Search for More Money.
Skittles, the race is on. We'll see who gets to Canada first.
He's got an advantage over you.
Well, yeah.
I definitely have an advantage.
Yeah, and if you do this race, I want you to race on space hoppers.
Yes, damn it. Right, Skittles, that's it. It's on. First person to get to Canada on a space hopper. Oh shit, ocean. Shit.
Dumbass.
Oh no, you've got to start at the same start line.
Oh no. How funny would that be if I got on a ferry? Or on a boat from Ireland or something like that, from Ireland to Canada. And I just spent all my time on the boat on a space hopper.
I don't think you comprehend how long of a boat trip that's going to be.
I think it's a 3 week boat trip.
Depends on the boat.
Ocean liners, they don't hurry. They take their time.
I would like to point out as well, for the benefit of anyone who doesn't know us, who's watching us for the first time, this isn't anything like romantic or sexual. I have a girlfriend. Blind Girl has a girlfriend and hasn't told Skittles yet.
Fuck you.
That was awesome.
Yeah, it's been even funny because sometimes Peter says some stuff like that by accident.
Yeah, but that time it was deliberate.
Oh yeah, boy, that time it was real. Yeah.
Yeah.
And accurate.
So, hang on a sec. Alright. The rest of this description. The dispenser is tall. It has a button around eye level and says the Babel fish in large letters. Anything dispensed would probably come out of the slot at around knee level. It bears a small label which reads, "Another fine product of the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation." Ford yawns. Oh, matter transference beams. Matter transference always times me out. I'm going to take a nap. He places something on top of his satchel. If you have any questions, here's the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Brackets. Footnote 14.
There's another...
Which I'll type in a moment because we got another footnote. Ford lowers his voice to a whisper. I'm not supposed to tell you this, but you'll never be able to finish the game without consulting the guide about lots of stuff.
There's another instruction which will not work.
Yeah.
Pee in Ford's mouth.
As he curls up in a corner and begins snoring, you pick up the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Right, so that's fine. You don't actually have to pick it up. You just get given it. Yep. So, first thing we're going to do, we're going to look at footnote 14.
Because we're smart gamers.
Yeah. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is also the name of a terrific work of interactive fiction by Douglas Adams and S. Eric Meretsky. But then again, you already know that, since you bought one. It's the game you're playing now. Very early attempt at sort of self-referential humour.
Mm-hmm.
Did you... Oh, Batman. Did you ever play Douglas Adams' other text adventure, Bureaucracy?
I tried.
It's a pain, isn't it? It's even harder than this. It's even more difficult than this.
It came out roughly the same time as the Boggart, which is much better. Board of the Rings, the Boggart.
Ah, right. Well, no, the Board of the Rings came out in like 2000s, didn't it?
No.
The book did.
It was on the Spectrum. And the Spectrum was long dead by the 2000s, early 2000s.
And Armskill is still going on with his uses for towels. You can also use the towel to get someone's attention. When that fails, beat them with it. You're diminishing returns now, Armskiller. You've done both of those jokes, but in separate ones.
And if you wrap it round your head so that you're totally blind, you can use it to effectively bypass the ravenous bullplatter beast of trowel.
Which actually is one of the puzzles in this.
Yep. Now be careful, a side effect of being blind is dating me.
If fucking Fucking hell! Oh, Skittles. That could have been a cell phone, but because we know Blind Girl, and we know she hot, we know she hot. That kind of takes it. That's the aloe on the burn.
Not really. She's only going out with him because she thinks he's got money.
Oh, she knows I don't have money.
Yeah, he broke.
Well, it must be the green card then.
See, that actually does hold more water. She's trying to use me to get a green card to be American.
Yeah, and then I won't have to be trans-American anymore. My trans-Americanness, I'll be half American.
And once again, just as a reminder to new viewers of this stream, however dwindling you may be now, these are the way my game streams normally go when I invite people on. The game gets paused and forgotten about, and we just end up talking.
Yep.
Hey, you. Just for the record, she was the one who wanted us to all come in here.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying.
Well, then in that case, it was totally my idea.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. I was totally prepared for that to happen, but at the same time, why hide it? Why sort of try and be slicker and more professional than usual when it always degenerates into this?
Trucker, why do you have to destroy Blind Girl's dreams?
Oh boy, what of Blind Girl? Which dreams of Blind Girls are we destroying now?
Trucker has just said in chat.
I'm gonna say I've just spotted Arms Killers backstage. Let's bring the child back in.
Trucker said in the chat that automatic green cards by marriage aren't a thing anymore.
I just spotted you there, Arms Killer. Sorry about that.
It's still at least a year-long process.
Because people kept exploiting it.
And welcome back there, Percy. I trust your pheasant sandwich was to your liking.
It wasn't a pheasant sandwich.
Okay, you've managed to then.
All right.
Okay, well, then in that case, he must have just beat that poor servant to death over something they had no control over.
It wasn't a pheasant sandwich, I'll have you know. It was an entire pheasant.
Yes, he had the
Oh,
servant.
that's what took him so long.
He had a servant beaten halfway to death for breathing out the wrong nostril.
Yeah, because Arms Killer will disappear. He'll go, right, guys, I will be back in a bit. I just have to go and eat. And then literally 30 seconds later, he's back. I've eaten.
Yeah. Well,
It's
so
as
what
if
did he do? Did he actually eat? Does he actually eat, or does he just float around something and digest it that way?
No, I genuinely think he gets served his meals on a paper plate and he just folds the edges up and just funnels it down his throat. Done. I've eaten.
Maybe he doesn't chew before he swallows.
We're not finished with the gamies. We are still gonna occasionally play it,
Well, we do know that Arms Killer is very good is very used to swallowing.
Well,
Yes,
how
he
else?
likes the salty taste.
Random quarantine box says, and now I know who decided to leave me alone in Cheers. Quarantine box, if you want to come on, hop into the backstage chat. I'll drag you in.
I like how the limit to the amount of people that you're going to throw on stream is also just fucked up as well.
Well, the stream's gone slightly to shit anyway, so why not? You know. I wanted to try and do something special, but why not just make it another stream, but with a different background?
Yeah, but just at one point it had a theme to it.
Yeah.
It had a theme. Operative word?
You know, if the way Scott
There is only about an hour of it left, though, by the way, so I'm only going to go till...
Oh, Peter.
I'm gonna say I'll just check this whether or not it's an hour or not. I don't know yet. Blind girl, are you doing blind trucking tonight?
Well, I told Trucker I was going. Well, I'm starting to not really feel like I want to, but I was going to. But if you want to keep going,
well, no. I was going to end this stream round about midnight anyway. But if you're doing blind trucking, I will stop it like 5 minutes early.
Okay.
No, actually, I think if you're going to end the stream around that time, it should be literally 2 minutes to midnight. Yeah, just so you can kill the unborn in the womb.
The hand that threatens doom.
Yep. Hey, Peter, you're on the state of Scotland's in now. If they ever did get their independence and England decided to invade, do you think most of the Scots would actually help us?
Where's that come from, though? Where in any of the conversations we've had tonight, or where in anything to do?
Scotty in the background.
Right.
Or you
Okay.
just had him grunt.
Yeah.
So you just wanted to get at
We
Scotsman?
heard Scotsman either grunt or clear his throat or something.
Yes.
And
Yes,
random quarantine box says he's not that great in large. That's perfectly fine, mate. You're welcome to come on if you want to, mate.
Sorry for interrupting you there, Peter. You were cutting out a bit. I didn't actually hear you talking.
Oh no, that's fine. I wasn't cutting out on my stream, which right now, seeing as I'm live, is more important.
It's always on Discord.
Yeah, Discord is very unstable.
Yeah, Discord's been a pain lately, isn't it?
It is.
Discord has always been a pain. Discord is the fucking worst.
And later was going to say, yeah, opinionated Scotsman, or as I like to call him, stick of the dump.
But what I will do for anyone watching who already isn't on my Discord, I will drop a 24-hour link in the chat. Bear in mind, I'm using the restream chat, so I don't know which chats it'll get posted in.
Oh look, Scotty, did you just say stick of the dump might take offence?
Awesome.
No, it doesn't make sense. It carries that.
Alright. Okay.
It kind of does.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you want to join my Discord, if you want to come and say hello, if you want to hang out, or if you just want to join the community and join in future streams,
if you want to
then
have someone to talk
click
to.
that link.
Peter really loves it when you spam the minute you get in his Discord.
Yes, he does.
So I called
actually,
bullshit on how everybody likes me, by the way.
actually,
You did
don't.
not hear that.
Blind
I did
girl?
hear.
Actually, I don't, because that's why I've got the 10-minute lockout. By the way, if you do click that link, you won't be able to post for 10 minutes. So...
Yes, and
Taking all the fun again.
if
God,
you do,
you're so gay.
you should know.
Says you, Mr. Musical.
When you all know, whenever somehow I'm the one who gets shit for it, but every single person here knows more musicals than I do. I know literally 2 of them.
I've only heard of Cats, and that's about it.
Bullshit. Everyone knows the Phantom of the Opera.
Everybody
I've heard
here.
of...
Da 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 da.
Yeah, Skittles. Everybody else in here knows a lot of musicals because our mothers didn't hate us.
Well, no, I know musicals because I used to work in theatre, so... albeit as a stage manager.
I was about to say, okay, Peter used to work in a theater. I don't want to hear anyone try to say I'm gay ever
I was
again.
just about to say that. He used to host a drama club.
Yeah, that's true. I did also used to teach drama.
Well,
Well then, Peter, you are already more than qualified to be the Prime Minister of Canada.
No. Peter, who's running a drama club there. That's just a desperate attempt to get a girlfriend.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Batman, you'll take that.
You've already got a girlfriend now.
No, Batman, you'll take that back when I tell you it was actually a kids drama group for like the under 12s.
Oh well, I assumed this was when you were at school.
No.
I mean, it could have been like a single parent or something.
No. No, this was after I'd left high school. I used to teach a drama group for
So
like
you
under
weren't
12s.
You weren't MILF hunting then?
It just sounds to me that two guys like to be on their knees for long periods of time.
Are you talking to your butler again?
No, he's talking to the footmen.
He's talking to the one that you can taste the rainbow.
Oh, you're gonna taste my rainbow.
Yes, and that doesn't sound gay at all, Skittles.
The best thing is, right, how's this? I probably, thinking back, should have done this, but the reason I ended up stopping teaching drama at the particular group that I did, the bloke who ran the group fired me because I was straight.
Because you were what?
Straight.
Oh.
Are you though?
Discriminate.
Considering you're hosting a drama club, I highly fucking doubt it.
Skittles, straighter than you, I think.
Yeah, well, Batman doesn't know what straight looks like if it fucking hit him over the head.
Well, you only know what straight looks like because your butler tells you.
Anyway, right. Be right back. I really need a wee.
We be friends.
I've managed to
Why
survive
can't
nearly
you
three.
so
I've managed to
gay?
survive nearly 3 hours. I've managed to survive nearly 3 hours of a stream without going for a wee. Well, in fact, over 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right
on
back.
for 3 hours now?
Yeah,
Yes.
this is where he doesn't come back, and we hear in 2 days' time that he died from dehydration on his way to the toilet.
Oh, this is going to be the longest stream he's ever done.
In more ways than one.
I don't know. Remember the time when he fell asleep on stream and it was like 11 hours and 58 minutes?
That was what I was alluding to.
Hold on.
Yes.
You've got to hear this from the chat. Trucker, Matt. Peter has shown his bare ass on stream too often to be straight.
Did not need a,
You're wrong, trucker.
did not need a reminder of that.
Yeah.
I did not need a reminder of you wearing that fucking bonnet yet. I have to see that every day.
Hey, my Scotty. Thankfully, the way my whenever I picture those streams where Peter's bare ass naked, all I get is a test card and some elevator music playing. It is completely edited out.
I just think these people are friends. Doesn't sound like it, I know.
Most of us.
There we go.
Because we're not female.
Hang on, trucker. I've only ever
also,
shown
most of us are
my
friends.
bare ass on stream once.
To be
On
fair, that's
on
one too
stream.
That's 4 times too many.
And that was an accident. And it wasn't on my channel. It wasn't on my channel.
on someone else's channel.
Actually,
Yeah,
Peter,
it was
no,
mine.
I
You've
know.
done it on your own channel before because you fell over when you did it.
That was actually worse showing your bare ass than someone else's channel.
Really?
Yeah,
Hold on. Coming from you, the guy who, whenever he's on someone else's channels, just starts dropping racial slurs like nothing, like nobody's business.
Yeah, Scotsman. That night I fell asleep on my stream and left it running for 12 hours. You got banned from my chat several times for typing racial slurs in the chat.
Apparently, I was trying to get it flagged according to some people, but that's obviously bullshit.
Oh yeah, just spamming racial slurs in chat.
And I mean spamming.
Did it once.
Bullshit.
No, you didn't.
I'm pretty sure that stream is still up.
It is. I've deliberately kept that stream up, just because it's a lesson to me, really, about professionalism.
Do not fall
No,
asleep on your own
No.
streams.
seriously, that is it. No, that is exactly why I've left it.
Yeah, no, I am exactly the same as Scotsman.
It's so I've got a constant reminder on my channel that, make sure you're not going to fall asleep on stream.
Yeah. Peter, if you check your chat, you'll find out I am now.
Yeah, I know. I've just seen it. Very funny. Remember, because I'm using the restream chat, and I won't be using this again. From now on, if you do want to see these streams with bits of gaming in, you'll have to follow me on Twitch. And if you want to see these streams without bits of streaming in, you can watch the pub stream, which is coming back as of Saturday.
Streaming?
Saturday.
Right,
The
did
pub
anyone else
stream
catch-
left?
Actually, when the pub stream comes back, you're going to have to, because of the situation we're in, you're going to have to rename it the pub stream with social distancing.
Yeah, the pub stream. Stay 2 meters away, fucker.
The socially distanced pub stream.
Yeah.
It's a good...
But yeah, obviously I do like gaming. I do actually do proper gaming streams where I actually play games on Twitch. It's just... Tonight seems
Just not when
to...
we're here.
Tonight seems to have gone a little bit weirder than I thought it would. But I don't... I'm not too bothered. I'm really, really not bothered.
You expected something other?
Yeah, not to be a dick or anything, but since when were you surprised?
Hold on, Armskiller. Not to be a dick. But the only way you can do that is if you hit yourself in the head with a mallet and became unconscious.
Trucker. Nikon cam. No, fucking hell. Trucker. Stop
Trucker's
it.
really skating that line.
No, he knows what he's doing. Stop it.
Oh, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. He does.
But yeah, so yeah, once again, for
Also, that was kind of how Scotsman was doing it
for
as well.
people-
This time he was...
for people who are still watching this who are new today, I do regular gaming streams over on Twitch. I also do what in the last couple of weeks has become a sort of very semi-regular, but was regular stream over on YouTube called the Pub Stream, where it's just this without the gaming. However,
Occasionally there are some games, but not video games.
that's changing as well. That is changing as well. I'm gonna format each week of the pub stream from now on. We're gonna do one of these where it's just let anyone in streams a month.
Peter, I have a silly question for you.
Yeah.
If you had a time machine, right, and
go
access to these science fiction instant learning machine devices,
Right.
would you go back in time, replace Julius Caesar's father, and rename Julius Caesar when he was a child? Would you rename him Bigus Dickus?
No.
I fucking would. It'd be hilarious.
If I had a time machine, I think I'd do better things than that.
No,
If I had a
because
time
right,
machine,
Batman,
I'd actually-
Batman,
Like stopping your parents from conceiving you, Scotsman.
Batman. Are you ready for a lesson in causality? Because if I went back in time and named Julius Caesar Bigus Dickus, the joke wouldn't be as funny in Monty Python's The Life of Brian. In fact, it might
Not-
even,
Not
due to causality, it might actually even stop the film Monty Python's Life of Brian from ever being written.
it would change. No, because you go back in time and your actions would be the natural course of events in the alternate universe which you just appeared in. That's one theory about time travel. You don't have to travel back
Nerd talk.
No,
Oh,
no,
shut
I
up, you
think,
musical fan.
I think, no, I
The
think
joke just then be
causality.
Scots
Causality and the chain of events is far too risky to go back in time and change events.
It's not actually possible to go back in time anyway.
Well, no, of course it isn't. No, of course it isn't.
Hypothetically, it is possible.
Possible to go forward, but not back.
The
No, it's hypothetically
closest,
possible
no,
to go
in fact,
back
it's
in
not
time.
even. It's not possible to go forward. The closest you can get is you can preserve yourself as you are now
No, that's what I
and
keep
wake
saying,
up in the
time
future.
travel
That's
is-
so to you. It's essentially personal time travel. You could travel to the future, but you couldn't go back.
Peter, hypothetically, time travel is possible both forwards and back.
How?
But
How?
I
Right,
don't
all right,
know,
Batman. How is it possible to travel back in time?
I don't know because I haven't got the scientific.
I haven't got the schematics in front of me, like.
No,
I like how a
He
bunch
left-
of
he left-
non-scientists are
He
arguing
left
about
his
this.
he left his schematics in his other pants.
Yeah.
I just know what I'm saying on.
My mate Derek left him. My mate Derek left him last time he was round here, didn't he?
Yeah, but grandfather-
No, I fucking lost him.
The thing, but one of the hypotheses I've heard is that if you try to travel backwards in time, you'd end up in the past of an alternate reality whose history was exactly the same as ours, apart from whatever you change.
I assume that's based on multiverse theorem.
Yeah.
So you could go back in
Yeah.
time and kill your own grandfather and come back and nothing's changed for you. But in that alternate universe, you were never born because
Well,
you killed your
that
grandfather.
that kind of plays into the theory that you yourself will never experience death. Batman, you're gonna die an old man. Well, all right, you're already an old man, but what I mean is, right? Whereas tomorrow we might get the horrible, tragic news that you got hit by a bus or something like that. You won't experience that from your side. That bus would never have hit you, and you'll be back in this voice chat and winding Scotsman up and irritating me.
Yeah,
the next day.
Switch universes, so you'll be horrified that a ghost turned up.
But that's
Batman,
because
Batman, if you come back a ghost, you gotta find a way to link up with me, because there's so much fucking shenanigans we could cause.
no,
It's a deal.
but that's because at that moment that bus hits you,
Yeah,
you cause an
quantum
alternate
immortality.
dimension where your life ends, but
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
called
happen for us.
That's called quantum immortality.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's mathematics that proves that.
Well, it's not immortality because obviously everything dies. Everything dies eventually.
Actually, no. With that quantum immortality, you reach an age where your luck runs out and you do develop cancer or some other ailment and die. There's another universe where that doesn't happen and you continue to live for a few more years.
Well, so are you saying quantum immortality means that every single person is the last surviving human being?
Yeah, because apparently that's another thing. The only reason people die is yeah.
Oh God! Arms killer! Is this what happens when we start talking above you? Is this what happens when we start talking above you?
So now I know how Peter feels when I talk over him.
Peter.
No, I don't mean talking over me. I mean when we talk above you.
About things that you don't understand.
Yeah.
But then again, Bob has a ball. A big red ball is talking above him.
Oh, come on, give him some more credit than that. We only got Scotsman off that last week.
It's not I don't understand it. I'm just simply.
Yeah, you're simple. We know.
To be fair, I mean, he only just got out of nappies a few
You're
years ago.
simple.
Scotsman, don't be stupid. He's still wearing the nappies.
Well, we do have photographic evidence that Scotsman was wearing nappies last year.
That's because he was trying to get into Arms Killer's house.
But that's
Wait, what
right.
The fuck?
I'm gonna say though that idea of quantum immortality, I think may be where a lot of this kind of horribleness people put onto people who've been in like tragic accidents and survived. You know, like I should have died. Well, yeah, you should have, or no, you shouldn't have.
Like the other idea is, in one universe you die, but another universe you don't. That's not you in the other universe. That's an alternate version of you who's always been separate and distinct quantum entity.
I mean, it's an interesting theory, but I don't think it's. I think it's one of them massively unprovable things. One of those things that no one will ever be able to prove because of its very nature.
The thing is,
because of the nature of the theory, no one will ever be able to prove it.
If you could travel back in time or even pause in time, brilliantly proving you can do it, but the technology is essentially useless because we can travel directly back into our own past and alter things. It would be far too dangerous for anybody to even attempt, right?
Well, I mean, look how it turned out for Sam Beckett in Quantum Leap. He never got home.
Yeah, but traveling to an alternate universe that's almost identical to our own is equally as useless. I mean, there'd be no point in trying to trade in an alternate universe because we've got everything that they've got.
Right.
Yeah, the only use to them would be to actually there would be a use for you to traveling backwards in time. If you can develop stealth technology well enough, you could simply go back and use it to corroborate historical events.
How so?
Well, if no one can see and touch you, then nothing changes.
Well, yeah, if no one can see and touch you, that's the thing. If no one can see you, right, that's one thing. But you would still have a physical presence. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the observer effect?
Yeah.
That's possible. But then again, also, the other thing is, if time travel to the past is real, it can happen. And in the future, they've done it. The changes have already been made in our part of our history anyway, so it's an inevitability.
Yeah.
It also means that free will does not exist. Because they're coming from the future and affecting the past. And the mere fact that they're in the future, not a possible one, but the future, means that everything they say or do is predetermined.
Well, if you look into multiverse theory, it in a way indicates that anything is possible based on any number of decisions that anyone could ever make.
Yeah.
There's an infinite number of universes with an infinite number of basically anything.
Anything that could happen.
Basically, anything with multiverse, everything both.
Give me a second. I'm gonna tie this back to the theme of the stream again. Hang on.
No, not the theme of the stream.
Box there. I know, right? That thing scares me.
Yep.
Oh no, it's not.
You might, because we've got down to five people watching on YouTube.
Here now, as more people watch on stream than they are watching.
Yep.
No, actually, unless you've each got both streams open, then no, it's balanced towards viewers.
How many are watching on Twitch?
Well, there you go. That was my point, Scotsman.
Well, I've got both open, so.
Depending on how many people that are in both chats. So.
Okay, who's watching the PC newsreels? Because I had the cockerel.
I'm playing Stardew Valley, but no, I'm not sad to.
Trucker points out, technically, Sam Beckett did get home once. He jumped into his past self. There was this whole thing about why he didn't remember. Ah, yeah, true. No, you're right.
Got back twice. There was one where he jumped into his past self, but there was also the one where he switched places with Al. And he got back, and Al was stuck in like the 1940s before Sam was born. It's because he got hit by lightning when he was sleeping. Something or other.
Isn't that part of Back to the Future?
No.
Fucking Kindle. Come on! It was much right.
Please don't finish the text document game.
No, there's a section of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy which actually perfectly summed up what we were just talking about. But it's from the 5th radio series, and rather than going to my bookshelf to get the book, which actually has it in there, I decided to get my tablet, which has the scripts for the 5th radio series in there.
Yeah, and for Arms Killer, a book is an archaic form of data storage.
Sorry, what?
I said for Arms Killer, a book is an archaic form.
Oh, fuck it, actually. Do you know what? I've just read it, and I've just realised I actually know it by heart. It's anything that happens. Anything that happens and causes itself to happen also happens. Anything that happens and causes itself to happen also happens again. It just doesn't necessarily happen in that order.
Yeah. The idea I had there was anything that can happen in reality. If there is if the multi-world theory is correct, this happens in another universe, which basically means that in one alternate universe during the Victorian era, there was an unusually competent detective who lived in London called Sherlock Holmes.
Oh yeah, based on multiverse theory, that would be the case.
Yeah, because the Sherlock Holmes stories were firmly grounded in reality.
Well, in an alternate universe, Ian Fleming would probably still be, or would have been a spy even when he wrote the Bond novels.
He was in military intelligence.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he would have continued.
But man, that's what Arms is saying. He would still be in those.
Actually, no. Going from what we were discussing, there actually would be a James Bond. He just wouldn't have the silly gadgets.
And he would be, like his namesake, a bird watcher.
Yeah.
Little fact for you, Ian Fleming got the name James Bond from a book about ornithology.
I still reckon if Ian Fleming was alive now and still physically capable, he would be hunting down all these people who keep saying James Bond is just a code name, and assassinating them.
Hang on a second.
I recently watched a video on that. It's actually not a code name.
No.
Oh, what? Right.
I haven't watched enough Bond to fucking know that.
I'm going to say, Arms. Are you talking about the theory that James Bond isn't the agent's name? It's the code name.
It's which is patent bollocks, because that's not how code names work.
No.
I mean,
because
it's the same.
It doesn't work specifically because, in fact, this is even in the films, not just the books. But James Bond actually has like a family crest, and he has a heritage, and they're all Bonds.
And,
also,
the video I watched about it is also it actually indicates that most of the Bonds, even when they split the Bonds, there's references to previous Bonds.
Well,
and linking the two together.
George
do you
Lazenby
know?
comes to
No,
mind
hang
where
on,
he says-
Arms Killer.
"This never
Do you
happened to
know?
the other guy?"
No, Arms Killer. Do you know where this idea that James Bond is a code name or a pseudonym comes from? It's from the original Casino Royale, the parody, the comedy James Bond film. The one with Woody Allen and Peter Sellers. Yeah, because that was a major plot point in there. They actually had Ursula Andress in there as well, who got renamed James Bond. Yeah. Yeah.
But that was a parody. But the thing is, code names in the espionage world.
Oh yeah, it would be fucking.
They were exactly like a soldier's serial number. Once that person has retired, their code names and serial numbers are also retired. And 007 isn't a serial number. It's his license to kill number.
Yeah.
So there wouldn't be another 007. But in that video you were watching, it brought up Felix Leiter, the CIA agent, who's popped up in a few more recent films as well.
Well, yeah, because he was
James
supposed to
Bond
have died.
is that-
He was supposed to have died in License to Kill.
Yeah, what I mean is
That was the whole point
code
of the
name-
film, License to Kill, was Felix Leiter died and Bond went on a huge revenge rampage. In fact, that the reason it's called License to Kill, it was partially based on the John Gardner novel License Revoked, where Bond resigned completely to go after the people who killed Felix.
But yeah, no, what I mean is there are events that happened in previous movies that, you know, newer Bonds would have experienced, if you know what I mean. So, if you... Bond had a wife, which is something...
Yes.
Yeah.
He married her in the
they
George
will
Bailey
constantly...
movie.
Yeah,
and
he
they
did.
will constantly reference the wife.
She only got referenced twice, actually, to be fair. She only got referenced twice after that, and both were in Roger Moore films. The Spy Who Loved Me.
Actually, no, I think,
The Spy Who Loved Me and For Your Eyes Only. And in The Spy Who Loved Me, it's Anya who mentions it and says, married once and she was killed by Blofeld. She didn't say by Blofeld, but...
mentioned in one of the Piers, not the Piers Brosnan films, Timothy
Really?
Dalton one. Yeah, the one with Felix Leiter is actually captured. His wife's killed. Leiter's wife's killed, and he loses the arm and the leg. Which he's already lost,
he's outright killed.
one.
No, I think that's a detail you're forgetting. In License to Kill, Leiter is killed.
I'm not sure. I thought he lost his arm and his leg because in the books he
No,
was
that's
missing an arm and leg.
that's all that's left of him. But no, he's dead. He's dead in that film.
And also something that the video also mentioned was that technically when the Bond movies come out, it's not necessarily in chronological order.
No, they're definitely not
I just love the fact that
chronological order.
Trucker is filling the chat now with puns. So, if James and another dude were super glued together, would it be bonded? James Bond. Which, that's shit. However,
Yeah.
if 007 liked to be tied and spanked, would it be bound? James Bond. The best one, the best one though is, and I know you spelt this wrong, is if they bleached his hair, would it be blonde? James Blonde. Because that was actually what they called Daniel Craig when he was announced. Yeah, that is actually what they called Daniel Craig.
If he went back in time and was fighting the Nazis, would he be called War Bond?
No, he'd be called Ian Fleming.
Or Christopher Lee.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Oh yeah,
Sir
Christopher Lee is fucking epic.
He was related to Ian Fleming, and his
Was
war
it?
exploits are very much like what you'd expect James Bond to be like in the war.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I remember. I saw this thing where I can't remember who it was, but someone was talking about how in Return of the King when the henchman murders Saruman and Peter Jackson told Christopher Lee, "Oh no, you wanted to sound more. You need to make like the gurgle." So and Christopher Lee just looks at him and says, "People don't actually make that sound when they're stabbed in the back."
All right. Here's a little random bit of trivia for you. Apart from the fact that the original novels were both written by Ian Fleming, what else do You Only Live Twice and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang have in common?
flying car.
No. A little bit more real life than that. They both have a real life connection.
An annoying American woman.
No.
Me giving up.
Roald Dahl.
Ah, right.
Both of the screenplays, both of the scripts for the films were written by Roald Dahl.
So it was basically a tale of the unexpected.
Yeah.
Also, this one not that good, but I'm still gonna say it. If he fell for a scam, would he be conned? James Bond.
Trucker. No, the blonde one was the best one. The blonde one was the best one, Trucker.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, come on, James Caan was pretty good.
No, you're wrong, because he would still be James Bond, but he'd be played by Sean Connery a lot.
No.
Boo.
Oh,
so Sean
yeah.
Connery's accent is the worst thing about Hunt for Red October.
Yeah, as well. If you're at all interested in the Bond movies, right, look into the story behind why Never Say Never Again exists. It's fucking fascinating. It really is.
I've got to bring up a point about the Hunt for Red October. In that film, apart from when they finally meet and talk to the Americans, nobody on that fucking submarine has a Russian accent.
None of them, no.
Nobody.
No, they do not.
And people only pick on poor Sean Connery, who,
yeah, I know,
when he's talking to the Americans, has a fucking Russian accent.
Really?
Yeah, because he doesn't say it, but it has a heavy Russian accent. He actually practiced it for a while to get it right.
The funny thing is, you still hear mostly Scottish. Well, even in Sean Connery's act. Yeah, I know he's Scottish, but
I think part of that is because you know he's Scottish, and he doesn't really sound Scottish either.
Yeah, Sean Connery has.
You can actually understand what he says.
Because you have to change it because they Americans can't understand.
Only two of the 6 accepted actors who've played James Bond have actually been English, by the way.
Yeah, Roger Moore and Daniel Craig.
No, and Daniel Craig's actually British?
Yeah, he's a Scouser.
No, he's English.
Yeah, he's a Scouser.
He's
hang on a sec.
Scouser?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why the Aston Martin keeps coming back to Q and it's putting
Sean Connery was Scottish. George Lazenby was Australian. Roger Moore, English. Timothy Dalton's
was
Welsh.
Irish.
Welsh.
No, he's Irish.
No, he's Welsh. It's Pierce Brosnan who's Irish.
That's right, sorry.
Yeah.
I keep getting this up. But Sean Connery and Roger Moore were the best.
My favorite is Timothy Dalton, but only due to The Living Daylights. License to Kill, I don't rate. I don't like License to Kill, but The Living Daylights is a phenomenal Bond film.
Oh, not Sean Connery. Roger Moore also brought in an unforgettable side character. That sheriff.
Oh no, that was Roger Moore.
That's what I said.
Yeah, he said Roger Moore.
Oh, sorry, miles away.
I corrected myself.
Yeah,
I must have for you.
He was only in 2 films.
But you
as
don't
well.
forget him, do you?
No, yeah, J.W. Pepper. Sheriff J.W. Pepper.
Yeah, Sheriff. This is James Bond. He's a British secret agent. On who's?
Yeah, he was brought in because he was investigating in the first film, and in the second film he was just on holiday, and they found him.
Yeah.
So in Live and Let Die, he was like supposed to be the what was it, Louisiana policeman they brought in, and then in The Man with the Golden Gun was the second one. He's on holiday in Taiwan.
if he was turned into a small body of water, would he be renamed James Pond?
Oh, for fuck's
If
sake.
he was a victim of an acid attack, would he be chemically bonded? Fuck.
Arms killer. You're leaning into trucker territory there.
Yeah.
Oh god, the Hogwarts one is the worst one, Trucker.
Yeah, that is awful. That is awful. Why is it? Sometimes my streams just degenerate into the same puns.
The thing about James
I
Bond,
can remember a stream ages ago where we just ended up coming up with euphemisms for vaginas
like, the
for
thing
about
James
half
Bond-
an hour.
The thing about
Yeah.
James Bond though, is he's not a spy. For one thing, he's got a license to kill. For another thing, he's pretty free and easy with his actual name. He's a government assassin.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
when you think about it, for a government assassin, he's a little bit too, free with his name.
Yeah, either way, yeah, he is extremely
Yeah.
free with his name.
And also, controversial statement, but on Her Majesty's Secret Service, being the only film with George Lazenby in, is a really good film. I actually
Yes, it
really
is.
like that one.
Oh, yeah,
It's
it
just,
is.
unfortunately,
I have never seen it.
It's got the worst Bond in it, but if you ignore that, the rest of the film is amazing.
Yeah, they also didn't write Bond's character quite right in that one as well. But a lot of people think there's a lot of sexual chemistry and tension between Diana Rigg and George Lazenby.
Yeah.
It's not sexual tension. They hated each other. In fact, what
Hating each other, sexual tension, kind of a
No,
fine
no.
line.
Well, those,
No, those
to be
highlight
fair,
minutes.
the same rumours went around for years about Gillian Anderson and David Duchovny in The X-Files.
these weren't rumours, Peter.
People
they both actually
People
admitted
thought
it,
they hated each other.
yeah, they actually admitted it though, Rigg and Lazenby, and apparently nobody in the cast and crew liked George Lazenby. He was reputed to be an arrogant little shit.
Oh yeah. No, I've heard that. Apparently, he was a bit of a prima donna.
Yeah,
Yeah. Apparently, he was a massive prima donna.
I mean, seeing as he literally got the job just because, the guy liked his haircut or something?
He wasn't. No, he wasn't even an actor. He was a model.
yep.
It was just some
that
dude who they thought looked
Fucking
the part.
explains it.
Yeah.
Mind when Diana Rigg's character got shot, he did sell that fucking scene, didn't he?
Yeah. No, that is a very, very good scene, actually. Yeah. It is a very good scene. It's just the rest of it is a bit. Well, the scene you mentioned before. This never happened to the other fella. And he was like, well, can we get the other fella back?
Yeah. Right. The thing is, when Roger Moore took over, he practically killed that Blofeld, who had the cast on his arm and his neck in a brace,
Yeah.
proving it's the same James Bond, just with a different actor.
Yeah, it's right. My biggest problem with Roger Moore as James Bond is I don't think Roger Moore could act.
He could just not. Yeah, he wasn't really right for the
He
role
was
because
right. Roger
it
Moore
was
was a
written-
very suave personality, and I think every character played by Roger Moore was just Roger Moore.
possibly.
Just like how every character played by Jack Nicholson is just Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, but when you want,
Same with Jason Statham. It's just he just plays
Yeah,
Jason
but with
Statham in every
Jack-
movie.
would you want Jack Nicholson to be anybody else but Jack Nicholson? Because Jack Nicholson's hugely entertaining.
Yeah.
Just like every character played by Danny DeVito is really short.
I like how a third of this entire chat, of this Discord chat, is not even saying anything.
Yeah, I'm literally just typing this into the game right now. I do apologise to those that came for the Hitchhikers content, but
If he got kicked off Twitter,
But we've gone full ADHD.
if he got kicked off Twitter, would it become James Bond?
My stream.
Ding.
Yeah. But
I'm
my
not
stream,
single to Bond films,
this
so
happens.
I can't comment on anything.
Alright,
Oh,
someone
hang
first
on.
off.
Even I've seen some Bond films.
Granted, my childhood may have been on GoldenEye.
Oh yeah, well, I'm pretty sure most of us here's childhoods were probably GoldenEye. Where sitting there
Actually, no.
playing GoldenEye at your friend's house, and you just ordered an extra large cheese pizza, and that was the best life was ever gonna get.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at what Peter did. He actually apologised to people on the stream, like typing in the game.
yeah.
What, you suddenly noticed that?
Yeah. I did actually announce I was doing that as well, Batman.
I didn't hear you announce that.
I was saying, yeah, I'm just going to announce in text. I do apologise to those that came for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy content, but this is the way my streams go sometimes.
Well, let's be honest. This is how it always. This is where.
Which reminds me, Trucker, are you gonna send me the meat link or what?
Are we going?
Oh, Trucker, are you going to send Blind Girl the meat?
Yeah, I picked up on that as well.
I mean, yeah, we're going tonight, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I gotta keep it up.
All right.
Like if James Bond bought a pet bird,
So
call it...
I'm going to end in about, we'll call it 5 minutes then.
Hey, if James Bond bought a pet bird, would he call it Sean Canary?
Boo!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Who is Sean Connery's favourite actress? Shishi Spacek.
Oh, God, can you imagine if instead of getting Chris Eubanks in to do Top of the Pops, they'd gotten Sean Canary? Yeah, and at number 6 is Shugs with Cecilia.
I'm Sean Canary.
Yeah, Sean Canary.
Connery.
Scene Canary.
It's just getting worse and worse.
What am I doing with my life?
We've told you before. You're pissing it down the fucking toilet.
Old enough to say the only Bond is Connery. No. Dalton was better. Just for one film. He just ruined it in the next one. Dalton was a much better Bond.
Which one? The Living Daylights?
Yeah, The Living Daylights. Well,
Yeah.
that, like I said earlier, The Living Daylights is a fucking awesome Bond film.
Really?
And it's my favourite of the lot. It's just... he ruined it with License to Kill.
I think Connery's best film was Dr. No. The first one.
So the only Connery one I've actually seen.
No.
I thought Goldfinger was the first Connery one.
No, yeah.
Dr. No was.
Yeah, Dr. No was the first, and then it was From Russia with Love, which I think is much better than Dr. No.
It was a much better game.
From Russia with Love was the best Connery Bond film.
I'm pretty sure that was a fucking a game.
It was. Yeah, they did turn it into a game in like the mid-2000s. And they got Sean Connery back with his like old voice. Hey, the name's Bond. James Bond.
This Haggish, what is it?
James Bond.
And he just sounded weird. He just sounded weird in that.
What, like Adam West when he did those animated Batman movies?
Yeah.
Which, admittedly, were fucking hilarious.
Of course, it's Adam West.
Alright, well, I'm gonna say bye-bye
All right.
to everybody here.
Well, I'm going to start wrapping up the stream now. For anyone who's still here from the Table Day thing, thank you very much for sticking. I do apologise that for the last hour or so we've kind of deviated and ended up talking about everything but thank you for stopping by. I do gaming streams quite regularly. Yeah. I do gaming streams regularly here on Twitch and on YouTube. I'm going to get back into doing the pub stream as of this Saturday. I've got a huge guest coming up in the next couple of weeks. However, before that, I'm just going to start building up to it again. But also, keep your eye on my YouTube channel. I've got a few more videos planned. Thank you to everyone who's stuck it out this far. You're all amazing. And don't forget as well, obviously she was on the stream a moment ago, Blind Girl. If you go to my YouTube channel, she's there under my suggested channels. Blind Girl will be going live in roughly around 2 minutes for the start of her week, discussing news.
Yeah, Growing Pirate Peter has just said the weirdest Connery was him trying to pull off an Irish accent in Darby O'Gill and the Little People. That was actually frightening. Oh, I sent you something, Peter, which you might.
Either way, to those, I'm going to say it, Batman. To those who are still here for Towel Day, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Keep on hitching, and I hope you all know where your towels are, because as evidenced by this stream, I've lost mine. Good night, everyone.